Welcome to your guide on mastering ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. This tutorial caters to all levels from beginners to advanced developers. We will start with ASP.NET Core, covering essentials like the main method, in-process and out-of-process hosting, configuring Kestrel, and working with LaunchSettings.json and AppSettings.json. You will also learn practical applications such as setting up the home page and using middleware for static files. Next, we will delve into ASP.NET MVC, where you will master the MVC Lifecycle Routing and data handling with Entity Framework. Key topics like forms, data validation, authentication, and authorization will be covered. Each section includes hands-on demonstrations contributing to developing a complete ASP.NET MVC web application. Why wait? Let's begin. ASP.NET has been a very well-known platform or a framework amongst the web developers. Generally, it is used for web development and it is a product of Microsoft. Let's check out the agenda for this session. What all do we cover? The first part, we will learn about Introduction to ASP.NET Core Framework. It includes the definitions, history, why should we use ASP.NET, and other informations. Next, we will focus on ASP.NET Core environment setup. There are various aspects we have to think about. We need an IDE, we need an SDK, and also we need lots of other packages involved to be installed. And there is one more aspect you have to consider. Database is an optional, and you have all these constraints to be taken care of. So, we will learn regarding the environment setup of ASP.NET Core. At last, we will be learning many concepts in the form of demonstration. We will illustrate how to create a project file, how to work with IIS Express, how to run a project. I am just taking a simple program and just trying to give a complete introduction towards the package we use, towards the SDK, how does the local host will host the complete output. Everything will be shown in the illustration. Then we will be creating a ASP.NET Core web application. I'm not talking about the website. To be clear, I'm talking about the web application. Generally, few lines of code will be displayed on a engine, right? So this is about the complete information what this particular session will contain. Let's start off with the first topic. Here we are with the first topic, Introduction to ASP.NET Core Framework. It consists of lots of subtopics. Let's cover one by one. The first thing, we will check out what is the history of ASP.NET Core. ASP.NET Core, as I told, it's a web application framework developed by Microsoft for building dynamic web applications and services. It has been a complete revamped IDE, and that framework is now quick, adaptable, contemporary, and also having the cross-platform ability. It is compatible against many other applications or softwares. It has a rich history that spans several versions and updates. When ASP.NET Core has been started, what are the different versions, how it is working? Let's have a quick flowchart. The overview of ASP.NET's versions and releases. Here is the table. Also, I have mentioned few of the features where you have to consider what is the evolution that has happened in the framework with the time frame, right? The first thing it started is active server pages. It was not ASP before, it was just active server page. It was released in 1990s. What was the purpose of the feature it had? It was a server-side scripting technology that allowed developers to create dynamic web apps by embedding server-side code, usually written in VB script and JS script within HTML pages. Generally, they started with HTML, integrating a little bit of Visual Basic script in ASP, that is active server pages. Next, the evolution started with version 1.0 in January 2002. Now, object-oriented approach was inculcated into web development, enabling developers to use languages such as C#, VB.NET, and also there was web forms, a technology for building web applications using UI-centric model was major feature of ASP.NET 1.0. Until 2002, the coding or the tagging, HTML tags were used in order to create the web page. But when it came to ASP 1.0, they invented web forms. That means just a drag and drop of the components you need. People who are familiar with Visual Basics will understand this drag and drop concepts of the complete text box or any other elements which is used in a web form. It can be a label, it can be any rich text box, it can be a button. So everything need not be coded with the tags called, for example, button. You can just drag and drop and you can use it. Means they have tried to make web development very easy by making UI centric. Next, you have ASP.NET version 2.0, which was released in November 2005. It included master pages for consistent page layouts. Just like you have master slide template in your PowerPoint, even they try to inculcate the same concept in ASP.NET 2.0 so that there is an uniformity. And it is very easy to manage a grid view or detail view control for data binding. This was also being invented in this version. Let's move on. We have version 3.5. What is this about? It was in the November 2007. It started having the features like language integrated query and supported AJAX, asynchronous JavaScript and XML, which was very much important in order to have interactive web applications. Till then, it was static. Now, they are trying to be dynamic. Next, you have ASP.NET 4.0. That is in the April 2010. What happened here? It introduced features such as dynamic data, URL routing, and the ability to manage web.config settings using the config source attribute. This is a new feature that has been added in 4.0. Let's continue. Let's understand what happened in ASP.NET 4.5 in August 2012. ASP.NET 4.5 included various improvements such as MVC, that is Model View Controller support, and also we had Web API. And it is very much useful to build REST services. And it introduced features like WebSockets and bundling, minification of scripts and styles. Just optimization of the scripts, mean to say. The next version is ASP.NET Core. Why not ASP.NET 5? Yes, people don't get confused. Here, ASP.NET Core is a new name given after it was released as ASP.NET 5. It was renamed again back. That's why both are same. Let's not get confused about the name and the release. It was released in June 2016. It is having the cross-platform ability in order to work with any other software applications. That was a new feature that's been added. ASP.NET Core introduced a more lightweight and flexible framework for building web applications, and also the modern web development practice was also inculcated in ASP.NET Core. Now, the next version is ASP.NET Core 6, that is November 2021. ASP.NET Core has continued to evolve part of .NET ecosystem. Now, people speak about ASP.NET Core or .NET Core 6 and 7. The versions goes hand in hand. There is no difference between ASP.NET Core 6 or .NET Core 6. The latest version in .NET 6 was released in November 2021. Then what happened? We had ASP.NET Core 7 and the recent release in November 2022. Now, it brings additional features, performance improvements, and ongoing support to a modern web development world. There's no much difference. They are just improvising the framework and trying to be much supportive and providing help and guidelines to the developers who are working in core framework of ASP.NET. This is about the brief history about how the evolving of ASP.NET versions of this particular framework happened in the due course from 1990s up to 2022. Now we have to wait what will be the next release. This is the latest update. Let's continue. What is ASP.NET Core? ASP.NET Core is an open source, cloud optimized web framework that can be used in order to develop online applications for Windows, for Linux or Mac platforms. It is not restricted towards the operating systems. It can suffice all the three operating systems, that is Linux, Windows and Mac OS. It comes with MVC Framework, and a web development framework now incorporates capabilities of Web API and MVC that is going on. Both .NET Core and the entire .NET framework can be used to run ASP.NET Core apps. I told you ASP.NET Core and .NET Core and .NET, all the three will go hand in hand. It is compatible and we can use .NET Framework or .NET Core Framework in order to work with ASP.NET Core apps. Its architecture is designed in order to make an ideal workflow for developing apps. Whether you can host or you can also deliver that on the cloud platform. Local hosting is also available and delivery on the cloud is also available. Now, it is made up of low overhead modular components that allow you to maintain flexibility, and it will also build the solutions which is required for you. If there are any errors, it will surely tell you that there are errors and it will help you to debug the errors by giving you a suggestion and also a guideline. On Windows, Mac and Linux, you can create and execute cross-platform ASP.NET Core applications. Right? You can try to work on with various operating systems. This is the complete overview of what is ASP.NET Core. Now, after learning what is ASP.NET Core, let's understand why should we use ASP.NET Core and what is the importance and why it is still not obsolete even if it is started in 1990s, but till today people are in demand for the job role of ASP.NET developer, right? There are various reasons. Let's focus on one by one. The first thing, it is open source. It is having ability to provide free services to the learners, developers, coders, people who are trying to work with this platform. You need not pay until unless it is a professional version or enterprise version. You need not worry about payment. Community version is very much easily accessible to all the learners. The second point, it states cross-platform. What is this cross-platform? If the ASP.NET Core application has been hosted in your computer, you can also host that across, which is accessible to any other computer system, be it a Windows, be it Mac, be it Linux. Irrespective, you can download the applications, you can start running. It is having the compatibility in order to work accordingly. Next, you have CLI support. You are trying to have common language runtime support also. If you don't want to work with UI based, you can also work with command based. Then you have fast. Fast, obviously it is because it is having the ability to scale up and scale down as well. Take the load as and when it just upgrades or downgrades. Next, IOC container. It is very much applicable to the people who are core developers, and it is very much easy for them in order to work with this feature. Unified MVC and Web API framework. It is having a proper MVC structure and also having a Web API which can be installed or which can be used in order to make it a cross-platform. And the application can be run across. Next, you have testing and maintainability. After doing all the development, you have to obviously test how the application is working. the testing process is easy in ASP.NET Core. And once you deploy on the client's place, or if you only have to host, you can maintain that particular application accordingly and in a very easy way. Version 1, version 2 of the application can be inculcated in a very easy manner. So that constitutes to be maintainability. Next, you have handling request and response pipeline. Obviously, since we are talking about web development, it is not restricted to your local machine. It has to be hosted on the web server. It should start with HTTPS. It should have the URL. It should have the address. It should contain certain elements inside the web application or the website which you host for, right? So handling this request and response, get and the request which has been sent to the server from the user, it has to be handled. And this handling happens in a smoother way in ASP.NET Core. At last, I was talking about hosting. Again, it is not restricted towards your local system. It has to be hosted on a web server using a domain name, and you can just let your product or the application accessible out in the public. And it is very easy, even for a startup, if they want to create certain applications for a local use inside a building, inside a team, they can do that with the help of ASP.NET Core or Visual Studio Framework in an easy manner. These are the reasons listed why we should use ASP.NET Core. There are more reasons that we have to use this application or the framework, but I've listed only important ones. After knowing what is ASP.NET Core and why ASP.NET Core, now let's check where can we develop applications using .NET Core. This is the major question. You know .NET Framework, and you also have one more component to be considered, .NET IDE. You need an interface in order to create your application, right? Either you have to code there or you have to use UI-centric applications. You can drag and drop. First point says, .NET Core allows development on Windows, Mac OS and Linux. It's been repeated many times for now. It has been registered that it is cross-platform application. After that, we can use various IDEs, integrated development environments, including Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, and JetBrains Rider. These are the IDEs we can use in order to create the applications by using .NET Core. After knowing what are the IDEs we can use in order to develop ASP.NET Core applications, now let's check out what is the next topic. Now let's focus on what ASP.NET Core does not have. Despite of having lots of evolution, addition of different technologies, frameworks, logics, and all the way of working towards web application development, which includes lots of R&D, still there is lack of few of the elements in ASP.NET Core. People are now working on how to improvise those. Now, let's quickly list what does not ASP.NET Core has. So, first thing is web forms. Please do not get confused with Visual Basics and ASP.NET. They are the two different entities. ASP.NET Core does not have web forms. Global.asax, it is not having this particular extension. Web.config, it is there but certain level. It is not having an advanced level of information. Web API in separate libraries is not available. Server controls like grid view and data grid. I am talking exclusively about ASP.NET Core. It might be in .NET Core or in .NET. It's a different aspect. I'm listing only related to ASP.NET Core. I'm being very specific on that. Next, ASP.NET membership and role providers. Authentication providing, having one single admin to 10-member team, having certain access to the coding platform. These authentication ability is not available in ASP.NET Core. Asynchronous await pattern is not available. Web pages like Razor pages are not available. Next, you have view state MAC, machine authentication code, it is also not available. So these are the list of elements, features which is not present in ASP.NET Core. Now let's move on to the major aspects. Difference between .NET Core and ASP.NET Core. What is the major difference? Let's understand. At the first point, it says .NET Core is a cross-platform open source framework. Yes, even ASP.NET Core is a cross-platform open source framework. It will always allow to create a variety of online applications including MVC, Web API, Razor Pages and more. Next, in essence, it offers the runtime environment needed to execute ASP.NET Core applications. As I told you in the earlier topic, we will use .NET Core in order to run ASP.NET Core applications. While we were learning what is ASP.NET Core, I mentioned this particular sentence. So that is the essence here. Next, ASP.NET Core is a framework for developing web applications that can be created. Also, you can use mobile applications creation. Then IoT application can also be created, and web application that run on the .NET Core platform can also be created. So it is having a mutual dependency between .NET Core and ASP.NET Core in order to create application, also the run application. Next, applications written on the .NET Core platform can be run using the runtime. But you can use both .NET Framework and .NET Core platform to operate on any application that has been developed using ASP.NET Core, any version, that is 1.x or 2.z. This says any number forward. It is not a version X and Z. You can add 1.0, 1.5, 2.0 or 2.5 likewise, right? We also saw what is the version we have for ASP.NET Core. It depends on the versions. Next, install the .NET Core SDK to create applications and the .NET Core runtime to execute them. Then, what happens in ASP.NET Core? Installing .NET SDK and .NET runtime is required in order to create the applications which is related and which can execute in the .NET Core, which is being created in the ASP.NET Core framework. Next, the most recent stable version is .NET 7. Again, ASP.NET Core 7, both goes hand in hand. I have mentioned already while I was speaking about the versions, there is no difference between .NET Core and ASP.NET Core versions. It goes hand in hand. So both are in the same version mode, that is 7. These are the basic differences between ASP.NET Core and .NET Core. Now, what are the language supported in order to work with ASP.NET Core framework? First thing, C#, next is F#, and also you have Visual Basics. It remains constant. I told you, please don't get confused. Visual Basic is different, .NET is different, .NET Core is different, and also ASP.NET Core is different. After knowing what are the languages we can use in order to create the application in ASP.NET Core, let's check out the next topic for this session. ASP.NET Core environment setup. What are the various tools and different elements we need in order to set up this environment? Let's understand. The softwares and tools required are listed below. First thing, we are talking about the operating system. It can be of the choice, Windows, Mac OS or Linux, depends. Then comes integrated development environment. Either it can be Visual Studio Code or .NET Core CLI, command line interpreter, right? Next, you have Software Development Kit, SDK. You need .NET SDK. Then, Package Manager. You can use Nugget or NPM. Generally, people use Nugget, so that is preferable and easy to install. Both are easy, but very much in use is Nugget. Database Management System, which is optional. You can connect MS SQL Server, SQLite, MySQL or PostgreSQL. These databases can be used. Next, you have SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS is the abbreviation form. It can be used to manage data from SQL Server to Azure SQL database. There needs a manager because SQL Server is different and Azure SQL database is different. So this management will happen with the help of SSMS. Then you have to look about API client. Either they use Postman, Fiddler or many other API clients are available. It can be used. What are this hyperextension which is being given? These are the places where you can download this software, download the SDK, download the framework, when required, download the package. So everything as its official links linked in it for easy usage, right? So these are the overall tools and softwares required to develop or set up ASP.NET Core environment. Here we are in order to create a web application in Visual Studio which is related to ASP.NET Core. And we'll also learn how do we create a project. In order to create a web application, first we have to start off creating a project. So both will go hand in hand. Let's quickly explore this interface. When you search Visual Studio in the search bar, if it is installed, it is available right here. When you double click, you will get to open this particular home page, I can say, of this IDE. Here, it is displaying the elements which we have already worked on, any recent aspects. In the right side, you can see various menu available. Clone a repository. If you are using a repository, be it Azure or GitHub, you can clone it with Visual Studio 2022. And open a project or a solution which is already worked on few of the projects and you want to open, you can do that. Open a local folder. If you want a project which has been put up in the local folder to be opened, you can use this option. Now, the useful option for us is to create a new project. We have to create a new project. So, I am clicking on this and it will give you various options of project available in Visual Studio. Now, what we have to focus on? If you want to scroll, you can scroll down to understand what are the different elements you have. You also have the one-liner for every option available so that you understand what is the purpose of this particular project selection. For us, we are in the requirement of ASP.NET Core empty. So, I am going to that particular space and I am clicking on this particular project. If you want to search directly, you can use the search bar here and search it. So, I am clicking on this. Once you do that, configure your new project. That is an option available. So, what do? I say sample. Then you have location by default. Let it be the same. Let's not disturb. And if you see, simultaneously, the solution name is also sample. I don't want solution name as sample. I want first demo hello world. Something like this. I can put it as first demo hello. And you can press on next button. Once you do that, you will get additional information. You can choose the framework to work on .NET 6.0 or .NET 7.0. So, I prefer using .NET 6.0. Enable Docker. If you are using Docker, you can enable this. And you have one option available here. You have to configure for HTTPS because it's not static, it is dynamic. It is being deployed in your client's place or any cloud space or the repository. So, HTTPS support is very much necessary. So, configure by itself, it will do it if you click on this, or else you have to do the manual connection of HTTPS, which is a little bit tedious for a beginner, right? So, you have one option here. Do not use top level statements. What is this all about? It is giving us an intimation. If you unselect this particular checkbox, it will not show up the class, it will not show up the main start of your program in the coding format. It will hide it. So, in order to view that, we have to select this. What I am talking about, I will give clarity when we go to that particular section, right? So, first you have to select this, do not use top level statements, and then you have to click on create. It will take few seconds in order to create the new project. You have to wait. Once the project is created, Visual Studio space is visible with your project on it. Here is the project space. Now you have to check on the complete details available here. What are the details? This is related to project. First thing, you have to see, you have connected services, you have dependencies if any, you have analyzers and frameworks. If you go to framework, you have ASP.NET Core Framework, you have Microsoft.NET Core Framework. I told both are different elements. So again, launch settings of JSON, and you have app settings development of JSON. Then you have program which is being related, that is main string.void, main program of this particular project which you are trying to start, right? So this is the flow for the project. What are the elements it will contain? Now, what you have to do? You want to edit something. What do? You go to the project which you have created, that is sample. You will select that. You will get this complete overview of the project. It is having target framework, what we are targeted, what we have targeted to. We have targeted to 6.0. If it was 7, then it would be 7 here. You have nullable, that is enable. What is this nullable? When you work with a project, there are elements where it contains null values. How to handle the null values? Already the libraries and pre-scripted elements are present in Visual Studio application. If you just enable or disable, it will take your information accordingly and it will deal with the nullables. So it is better always to keep it enabled. Next, you have implicit usings. If you want any implicit functions to be created, user-defined functions to be created, when you do that, how compatible the software is with you. So better we enable this so that the auto intelligence will try to gauge what you are trying to work on. Next, you have property group. So it's just like your HTML tags, how it will start off with HTML, head, and other tags in between, again closing the head, closing the HTML. So that's the same pattern where you can correlate between. The first thing is SDK. It says Microsoft.NET SDK.web is being used here. So this is the complete details. If you double click on the project, you will get to know. There is one more way to do this. So you can right click, you can choose edit project profile. This is the same thing it will display. There are two different ways. I showed you the shortcut first. Double clicking on the project, it will show the details of the project in the tag format, right? So this is about the project details, how you look upon. Next, we have to check .cs, how it will look like. Double click on that, and this is the place what I was talking about. If you uncheck that particular checkbox which I was talking in the additional information while you are creating the project in whole, these two lines will be hidden. It will start off with static void main itself. Which class, which namespace, it will hide by itself. In order to have a detailed code, it is better to choose that particular checkbox, right? So this is what I was speaking about. This is a public static void main. Main in the sense, this is where the program will start execution. You have builder, you have web application builder. Then you are building that by using app.mapget. And what is the information we are trying to display? That is hello world. You can change the information here into anything which you preferably like to. I love Visual Studio. I love Visual Studio 2022. You can rename, you can change, you can put all the information you want within that double quotes, which is to be displayed on the screen later as a result or the output. Then you have app.run. So what you can see here, you can see three things. One is building the app, what is the information to be built, and running the app. You have three different sections which is being handled here. I was just giving the complete overview. Now we have seen what are the major components which is available which we can use, right? But understand, we have not still run the code. It has not been built yet, right? Before doing that, I want you to understand one more aspect. We spoke about the SDK, we spoke about nullable, implicit usings, what is the target framework we are working on, and we also saw the program.cs file, what is the program it actually contains by default, and what is the sample overview of this complete project. We just saw everything. One aspect you have to consider, we were talking about packages, right? So, let's understand how do we download and install the package and where it will be installed and how it will look like. You have to go to Tools, then you have to go to Nugget Package Manager. Once you come here, I told you while I was just teaching the theory, generally Nugget is chosen one. It is very easy to work with. So here we are. It's proved that it has been used a lot, hence it has been put up in the Tools menu as well. You select Nugget Package Manager, then you go to Manage Nugget Packages for Solution. Okay, you click on that and you get this option of installed. Now, no packages has been installed. Updates, any package which you have installed has an update, it will be displayed here. Consolidate any packages which has been used multiple times, that can be done here. Now, we will go to Browse. So, here what we are trying to browse, the first thing is what we want. So, it is according to the requirements, it can be any packages available here. The first thing it says newtonsoft.json. I am just using one of the packages, how it will be installed to show that, right? I am selecting newtonsoft.json, then I am selecting the project sample, then I am going for install. Once you do this installation, it will show this menu and you can put it as apply. And once you apply this, just check what is the installation showing now. It is telling uninstall. That means the package is being installed in your current working environment. That is sample project, I mean to say. Now, where do you search the package which is being installed? You have to try to go back to this menu field and let's check one by one. Here you have framework, you have dependencies, and you have connected services. Always the packages will come in the menu dependencies, right? Frameworks will be there and you have packages menu here. Once you click on package, you have newtonsoft.json package. Why I am showing this initially? This is how you install the packages and you will be using it. To show that exercise, I just involve this step in this session. Now, you have the package installed. After few moment or after the requirement, you want to uninstall the package. What do? You try to right click on the package and you will say remove or delete. This is also one way, but please ensure you follow uninstallation method in order to uninstall the package. Just go back to the same place. Let's go back again because it's already there on the screen. I don't want to click on uninstall. I want to show you again. So, go back to Tools, go to Nugget Package Manager, go for Nugget Package Solution. It will come back to here only. Installed, it is right here. Whatever you have installed, the package is available right here in the installed menu. You click on that, again the same place we launched, that is uninstall is present here. I am clicking on uninstall. It says uninstalling. I click on apply. It will create no packages found. Now the installed package is gone. If you check here, the packages menu itself is gone, right? So this is how you work along with how do you create a new project, what to choose, how to do the configurations, how to check the availability of the code, how to install the package, how to uninstall the package. These aspects is covered in the project creation of ASP.NET Core, right? Next, we will talk about the main function and we will understand how do you run the code, how do you build, what are the different elements you have to consider in the next session. Out of these many concepts, we have completed project file for ASP.NET Core. We covered how do we open a new project, how do we configure new project, add additional information, and what is the project structure, what are the elements we can see when we double click on the project, what is the SDK used, have we enabled the nullable, have we closed the project, every tag form detail is present. We also explored program.cs where a general program was created. We also changed the information which is to be displayed when we run this particular program. All these elements are being taught. Now, in the second concept, main method of ASP.NET, let's focus on the program CS file and try to run this particular application which we have already created and go through how the output will look like. We are back in the same place where we had created a sample program and we also changed the message which is to be displayed, that is I love Visual Studio version 2022. You can just change it accordingly and I have did this message display. Then what you have to check on, how do you run this particular code? You just have to go to this build, the green arrow present here, it has the project name. You click on that, it will start building. It will host on the local machine by using Google Chrome because it is a default browser or search engine, right? The information which has been typed has been displayed here as a result. And you can see there is one number 7061 mentioning localhost. This number is not same for every machine. It will change accordingly as per the ports available. If you are using many applications, few of the application would have used the ports. So available ports will be used by Visual Studio and the localhost number, port number will change, right? So I am just notifying this because everyone need not worry about why I am not getting 7061. It is dynamic, it will change according to the local host machines, right? So this is the output, how it will look like. Let's go back to the Visual Studio. If you want to pause, you can use this. If you want to stop, you can stop debugging. You can just stop it right here, right now. So this is how building an application by using program CS it will look like. Then you have to focus on one element here, app map get. You have this method where you can learn about this, why it is showing like this. Let's quickly do the background check. I am running this project again to show you what is this get method and where it is used and how it will work. Here we are back again to the result, that is Google Chrome. I was talking about the get. How do we find that? We have to press F12. It will launch us to the inspect mode of this Google Chrome. Then you have to go to network and you have to try to refresh. Here you can see you have the details of localhost. Click on that. Here it will say URL is this. You have the request method as get and you have status code as 200, that is okay, and remote address is so and so, that is 7061, the local host address, the portal address. You have referral policy, strict origin when cross origin. So this is the complete detail of how server and client interaction is going on. If you want to know more about this, you can just learn it here. You have headers, you have preview. Preview is what you are seeing the output. You have response, you have initiator, timing. If you could see what is the timing it started. It started in 3.37 milliseconds and these are the cookies, right? So I'm going back to header and it says 200 okay. Status code, if you remember, you have 404 error code. You have different errors for localhost damage or it is stopped working. So now nothing is having a problem, hence it is telling 200 okay. And if you change something, I'll show you what will be the error. I'm changing the host. There is a problem here. Now, if you refresh the network, it will give you the error messages. It was not showing status is okay. Status is not okay because I changed something. There is no get method and there is no local host in this number. So, it is not giving us any information. So, I'll keep it back to 7061 and I'm running. Again, it is back. So, this is how you understand how the get method or the status code is working in the back end and how it is displayed, how it is a green flag and a red flag, right? You have to understand that. Here, we have completed understanding how do we run a code, how do we build it, and what is the backend you have to check on, and you have map get and how this get method will work and where it is displayed, how the status code will work and how app.run will work. If we don't have app.run, it will not run the program at all. So, here we are creating a class, we are building the web application, we are running the web application. Three things we are trying to do in main program, right? This is all about the main program. After creating the project, we have learned how to run the main program and what are the major elements we have to concentrate on and what is the importance of it. Now, after understanding how do we create a project file, how does the main method will run, what are the different aspects we can check in the inspect of Google Chrome, how does the status will show, and what is the code available, status code, everything is been shown. Now, let's proceed with the third topic, in-process hosting for ASP.NET Core. What is this in-process? It is setting up an internal server rather than depending on some external server or the third-party server which will take some time in order to connect and coordinate. Visual Studio itself has a server. And how do we configure that and how it will work? What is it all about? Let's understand that aspect. Now, here we are, the same place where we left after we learned regarding main program, how it will run and how it will work. Let's understand a little bit about internal server and in-process, how this will work and how helpful it is. There are two different methods in order to configure internal server. Before doing that, I want to enlighten that by default Visual Studio will have in-process selected. That means internal server will be selected. It is not displayed until unless we use certain code in order to display the server information where it is being connected to. Again, we'll go back to the inspect in Google Chrome and check what is the server name after we do certain code modifications. First, let's understand how do we set up this in-process server, that is IIS. There are two different methods as I told. Let's go back to the sample project. How did I come here? Just clicking on this sample project which has been created, double click on that, you will get to this page. Now, just press enter before property group closing tag. You have to use one more tag here. That tag is ASP.NET Core Hosting Model. And you close it, immediately it will close the tag also. Inside this, you have to write in process. That's it. This is one way of creating in-process server connection. And there is one more way. I'll show you, but I'll not change. Here, you can go to a menu where you will change that particular in-process in GUI method, where it is available in the Solution Explorer towards your right hand side. Solution Explorer has settings menu here. Solution Explorer has properties menu here. You can click on property menu. What is the shortcut which is showing? Alt enter. Just press Alt and enter. You will get this particular property on the screen. Here, you have to navigate towards the debug, select general. In general, you have to open debug launch profile UI. Click on that. You have IIS Express. Click on IIS Express and you can just see the app URL IIS Express Bitness, that is by default. Hosting model, this is what we wanted to consider. Out of process it is. You can make it as default. I told you by default it is in process, or if you want to select in process, you can select the in process. Once you do that, you can just go back. There is no apply or OK button. So just go back. It is selected the in process. After doing all these setup, the next thing which we had focused on is to display the server name while we inspect by clicking F12 in the Google Chrome. If you want to do that, you have to add a line of code into this particular coding where we have done for the main program. Where we have done in program.cs. Let's navigate to program.cs. Here, for this existing message, you have to add plus. Once you add plus, you have to add system.diagnostics.process.getCurrentProcess, which process it is, and the process name, where it is being connected to which server, how the process has been run, what it is. So, we are displaying the process name. We are adding that after the message with the help of plus operator. Then we are closing this. Now, just click on Ctrl S to save whatever the changes which has been done. Go back to sample, Ctrl S again, because we added ASP.NET Core hosting model here. So, I have just made the changes saved. Now, you have a build option which I told it's very simple. Just click on this, but you can see a arrow here. It is having IIS Express. You can click on this IIS Express, change this build, and you can run it. Once you do this operations, it will start running normally and it will start showing you the output on the Google Chrome itself. When it comes to the browser, the local host number has been changed. Remember, it is not starting with 7 now. It is 44359. And one more element has been added, IIS Express. So we are using this hosting method. When we added an additional line of code, it had a process name in it that has been fetched here. Next thing what we have to search, again, go back to the inspect mode, F12. Once you press that, same way to the network, refresh, you will get the localhost information. Again, it's a localhost number has been changed. Again, get method, and you have 200 OK, that is status code. And you have one more element, server. Server is Microsoft IIS 10.0, right? If you want to override the header, you can just do the overriding here. I don't want to disturb anything. So I have just displayed what it is trying to give us the information with the date, that is 2nd of November, and it is having text which is plain. It is not having any images. If you add images, it will give the image details also here, and varies accept encoding, and you have ASP.NET X powered by. The complete platform is powered by ASP.NET. So it is being displayed here. So this is how you work with the internal server connection. If you don't do all these connections also, it will be by default IIS Express only. When we executed in the main program option, it was IIS Express, but we were not trying to involve the name of the process into this particular line of code which we have created, right? Why I'm showing this? If you're okay setting up the server internally, you can do this server option. Or if you want some external server, you can connect those external server. What are the pros and cons? Internal server will always give you a best speed to get the output of. If you contact the third-party server, it will take some time to fetch, request, and process and give the output. This is very immediate. So I have given the complete introduction towards the internal server which is available in ASP.NET Core, that is IIS Express. Now let's understand the next topic. How do we move on with this web application development in ASP.NET Core? After learning about IIS server and in-process hosting, what are the different changes we made? How did we find out IIS server, how it is visible? From where we can inspect that and check which server is being chosen. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is a web server for Kestrel in ASP.NET Core. This is also a default server in ASP.NET Core. And how do we find out about this? Let's quickly check. Here we are in the same program where we had added this particular system diagnostic process information name to be displayed while we run this particular code. Now let's understand how does the server will look like if it is changed from IIS Express. How do we find out about what is the information of the host ports and also the servers? Let's quickly navigate towards the properties. If you go to the properties in your Solution Explorer, towards the right hand side, you will get one file of JSON, that is launch settings. If you open this particular launch settings, you will get all the information regarding the server which is being in process. We have selected IIS Express, hence it is giving us the information regarding the ports which is being used. Here we are using 7061 and we are also using 5142 for IIS Express server. And here we have one more server for IIS Express, that is localhost 53215, and the SSL port is 44359. Now there are little changes we will do now and ensure that our particular program or the project is running in the server which we chose to, right? Kestrel will be chosen by default, but let's explore how it will look like. So why I showed you this launch settings, the reason is because to understand about the servers which we use in ASP.NET Core. So I'm going back to this and I'm selecting the project which we are working on. Here, in order to make it default, we have to select the project. So I have selected the project. Now I'm running this particular code. Once I run this code, again, it is giving us the output. Let's see whether the server is being changed or not. If you could notice the first part before me speaking something, the last video, we were getting the output with IIS server name here, right? Now we are getting a sample. Let's now investigate, inspect and check what is the server name it will display. How do we do that? We click F12. When we click F12, it will go to the inspect mode. Then we are going to network part and we are trying to refresh. It will show us the local host. So once you click on that, you will get the complete details here. And if you see the server which has been mentioned, it is Kestrel, right? So what I'm trying to focus here is we have so many internal servers by default in Visual Studio or ASP.NET Core associated. Hence, it is not necessary for us in order to make it more burden to the machine by giving third-party servers, right? That is why I'm giving in-depth knowledge about the servers which is already present in the Visual Studio IDE. And while we are working in ASP.NET Core platform or the framework, we have to understand these basic aspects, without which it is difficult if you encounter any other errors in future to debug that or to handle that, right? So this is how we figure out the server is. And this particular server, Kestrel, it's by default cross-platform server. It is very much accessible like IIS server itself, right? It is depending upon you whether you want to choose any of the default server available in the Visual Studio 2022. After understanding a web server for Kestrel, that is in-process server in ASP.NET, let's focus on hosting ASP.NET Core out of process. What is this in process and out of process, we'll have to consider two aspects. Here, we have various servers in ASP.NET Core. Majorly, by default, it is being developed with internal server, that is in server, or we say in process. That is the responsibility of Kestrel. There are out servers also, that is IIS, and you have many other servers. Generally, we have worked in IIS, so we can classify these as in-process and out-process servers. Why we need out-process servers when we have in-process servers? The reason is because we have to run our applications in intranet and in internet, both as well. For this process, we use out-of-process, or we can say out server, right? Now, let's understand how do we set this particular thing into out of process, the application which we are working on. Let's switch back to the Visual Studio platform. Before learning about that, quickly, I just want to give a simple overview of how Visual Studio is also connected with CLI, Command Line Interface, right? You can also work from your command prompt, or you can use the GUI as well. As and when you run, you get reports like this. As and when you run, you will get the reports which is prompted. So what are these reports all about? Which local host, which port it is using, and how long did this particular program run, and what are the extensions used, and where is your file located, the complete path. So all these things are being displayed here. Just in case if you want to work using command prompt, you can just use this line of code to go to that particular file location where you have started to work your project on. So I just gave a simple glimpse of it. Now let's get back to setting up the process, that is external server. I don't want to say it as external server, out server. So let's check how it will work. So I'm closing the JSON and let's see. If you see, we had already learned about in process. That means we were talking about the Kestrel. Now let's check and change this particular ASP.NET Core hosting model to out of process. So I'm just writing the code here. So I'm just taking the first particular line off. The same line, I'm just changing the element used here. So now it has been set as out of process. There is one more way to set it as out of process. How is it? I'll quickly recap that. You have to go to this particular properties here, click on that, and you will get, you have to select the project where you're working, then quickly select the properties, and you have a debug option here. There is general. You have to enter open debug launch profiles UI. You have to click on that and enter the process and IS Express. Once you go there, if you scroll down, it is still in process. So here we'll set it as out of process and we come back to the main screen, right? Then what do? We try to run the code, and how this will work, let's quickly check. Here is the output screen. We are running this particular element as sample itself, and I'm going back to the inspect mode. I'm trying to click F12. Once you do that, you go to network and you run the code. You run the code and you will have to get the details about it. Now, if you could see, you have server as Kestrel itself. What it has to be? Nothing as out of process. It is Kestrel only, but the method which it is using, it is set to out of process. I just made this check because people might get doubt why it is not changed anything in the server aspect. We are not focusing on the server aspect. We are just trying to link this particular hosting model to be as out of process. Now, if you make this hosting model as out of process, it is accessible for internet, also the intranet. If it is only in process, it is very restricted, right? That is the overall thing I just wanted you to understand. I'll stop the running of this particular element. Now, we will just have a check on this particular IIS Express again back quickly. I'll change that particular server and try to run it out of process. Let's see for everything how it will give the output. Now it will just print sample itself. Why? Because since we have changed the server and it has not changed the complete process model. Getting the point, right? So I am just clicking on F12. I'm going back to network and I'm trying to check the host information. Now, if you could see, it is Kestrel itself. That means changing the server is not changing the hosting model. Until unless you change, it will not change. Understood? We just made certain changes right here by clicking on the properties of this particular project and changing the IAS Express into different aspect, right? So, again, if you change it into InProcess, it will go to InProcess. That means there is no dependency on the hosting model and the server here. The process what we set will be followed in the server which you choose, right? Generally, in server we consider as Kestrel and out server we consider to be the IAS Express, right? So this is about clarity of out of process. How do we do this hosting model and how the impact will be on the program or the project which we run. Okay. Now let's move on to the next topic. After learning what is the difference between in-process and out-process, and the server does not depend upon the hosting model we choose, right? The major meaning to choose this particular two different process or hosting model, the reason is only it is accessible towards intranet, also the internet, and available only on the internet. These are the two differences which we need. According to the requirement, you can choose the hosting models or the process. Now, let's check out what is the next concept. It says section 3.1 of ASP.NET Core. What is this 3.1 specifically they are mentioning? Let's check that out. Now, we are just moving the application not restricted towards ASP.NET Core empty, which we selected in the first video. Now, we are going to the web application of ASP.NET. Let's start off Visual Studio from start again and understand what is section 3.1 and how much difference it is making. Now, we are on the home screen of Visual Studio 2022. We will try to create the project following the same process which we learned, but choosing what kind of project is the only difference we are doing. So, I clicked on create a new project. Once you do that, you have to find ASP.NET Web Application. So, where is it? We started working with ASP.NET. We started working ASP.NET Core Empty before. Now, what do? We select ASP.NET Core Web App. So, I'm selecting this and this is the name or the project name which you can give Web Demo 1. I can do this. It is taking the solution as same. Let it be. Let's not disturb that. And the location, if you want to change, you can change, else it's left by default. So next, I'll go to the additional information. What I told is to check mark this particular option so that we get the complete detail about the code which we are going through. So I am doing this selection and I click on create. So here we are in the ASP.NET Core Web Application. These are the same aspects which we see, but you can see few more addition elements here compared to the empty which we selected before. We have www.root, we have pages, we have AppSettings.json, and we have as usual program.cs, right? So these are the additions. Let's understand what are these in upcoming videos. For now, let's explore how does ASP.NET Core Web Application will look like. So I am just trying to click on the program, CS, and understand the complete details. Here you can see it has built a program. It is giving us the class that is program. The builder has been set by default, adding the razor pages, and it is trying to invoke the method called run. So once we run this, we will get the output. Let's quickly run and check what this particular output will look like. It is trying to ask us web browser Google Chrome and where it will run, how it will run, where it has been built. Let's wait. Here we have got the local host 7140. So if you see, there is a demo web page already available having home, having privacy, it is having a multiple sheet, right? And learn about building web apps in ASP.NET Core. This is a help folder, might be for the learning of how to build official document from ASP.NET. Yes, this is from the Microsoft. This is the complete details available how to develop ASP.NET Core web apps, right? So how to connect into server, how to handle few of the concerns and requirements. Say web demo 1 is the name which we gave. You can modify this to be a logo. So everything is being mentioned here. Privacy, again, you have this copyrights. It is just a demo. Header, footer, how does your web page look like? The same is being displayed here. So how come did you get this? It is having a pre-built model. Again, if you see, you have CLI support also. Backend, it is showing you how it is running, what it is running, which port, which particular local host, and every information is present here. So let's go back to Visual Studio and check the other aspects for web application of ASP.NET Core. I'm stopping this process for now. So here we are with the default program CS, which we can use in order to create the web pages. Now you want to understand where was the page, right? You click on the pages here. You have all the pages by default. If you see, you have privacy, you have index, you have error CS HTML. So if you look at the pages individually, you can see HTML. You can generally see H1, H2. You can see PP, that is paragraph. H3 again. If you want to write some content, it has been put up here. So that's of errors. And if you want index page, this is how an index page will look like. So you could see the reference which they had given for Microsoft ASP.NET Core documentation, right? The same documentation is being linked here, and they are using the HTML tags, that is div, class, text center, and you know HTML basics, so it's very easy in order to analyze what it is trying to do, right? Every page has its own kind of working. So if you go to HTML, so it is just giving you the view state and the import state of this. It is telling we are using web demo 1, the namespace is so and so, and add tag helper, we have just used the Microsoft tag helper of ASP.NET Core. So this is the complete overview of how do you start off with a web page, and you have a default support from ASP.NET Core, and these are the elements which is present inside that. And if you want to explore more, you can go for CSS. Where did this particular site information? There was no much CSS. It was black and white, but still the CSS can be added here. The JavaScript can be added and the library can be maintained. Why you want to maintain the library here? The reason is because you can use many of the images, high definitions. You can have video included in your web pages. All those will be present in the library. You use jQuery, Bootstrap, you want to make your website very much interactive and effective and all the gadget friendly. You have to make it responsive. We call it as the website is responsive if it is working and adjusting by itself according to the screen of the gadgets which you use, be it tab, be it mobile phone, be it your desktop, right? So in order to make a responsive website, you are having a foundation and help of ASP.NET Core. Why I'm telling this, the reason is, it is not restricted only to the empty project which we saw before. It was only for the understanding about the server and other aspects. Now we have come up to the website or web app which we can create by using ASP.NET Core. Now let's check out the next topic. Now, after learning section 3.1 of ASP.NET Core, that is, we had how do we work with web application in a ASP.NET Core framework. What is the difference? We saw few of the differences. It created the pages by default. It tried to update certain information accordingly, just trying to give the model look of how does a web page will look like or a website will look like. After understanding, we can start off with the web applications with having multiple pages. Now let's understand LaunchSettings.json, which we have already seen a little bit, a tad bit of parts in previous videos. Now let's explore what is LaunchSettings.json in Visual Studio platform. Here we are back to the ASP.NET underscore empty project. I'm switching my particular project from web application to back to the empty project where we started in the initial videos. I'm telling this, the reason is because learners should not get confused from which project I'm working through, right? If you see in the properties right here, you can see the launch settings. If you click on the launch settings, you have many launch settings available here. One is for out of process, and this is on IIS Express. You have the local host selected for that. You have two local hosts, 7061 and 5142. Then you have one more local host, that is 53215. We are having the SSL port to be 44359. And why I'm mentioning these numbers? Reason is, as and when you run, you can also check which portal has been used. Every time I run, Google Chrome does not take the single portal. It will be going across from between these portals, which is being put up in the launch settings. Why? The reason is because whether you are choosing a in-process hosting model or out-of-process hosting model, accordingly for everything you have different local host, and also it depends upon the service sometime, right? You start running this program. Let's see, let's make some changes and check how it will look like. But note on the numbers, the port numbers. Now we have got the output. It is trying to run 44359. This is the port number. Let's go back to the project. Where is this port number? It is not available here. Why? The reason is because we have chosen the project to run in which mode. We have to check the mode now. What is the mode of this? We have selected the hosting model to be in process. Now it is hosting in a different number because it is not set to IIS Express. It is using Kestrel. Hence it is changing the in process. Now let's stop this and let's go back, and we put it as IIS Express, but it was selected here. It is not run. The reason is because let's quickly check what has been set in the properties of the project. I'm going back to sample. I'm just clicking on this particular properties and debug. After that, open debug launch profile and IIS Express. What it has been selected here, you have to check. It says out of process. So this is a confusion which has been created, right? So now we make it as in process itself or default by in process. Now we will change it, right? So this is how you have to check whether you have written some code here but you have not changed the process or the hosting model there. It would be confusing. So I am trying to run this particular program with IIS Express now again. Let's see whether it is implementing the same number. So 44359, again it is going. We are making it as in process itself. By default it is taking IIS Express now. Now let's go back and check where is our SSL port. It is 44359. It is trying to match the complete port which it is in the IIS settings. So we change the settings, we got the information where it is running, and the port name also it is matching. So how the computer will know it has to run in the same port which is mentioned? That is why we need launch settings in JSON. If you like to change the SSL port and launch your project in different local host, you can do that as well, right? So you have the options in a coding manner. You can change it right here. If you want to change the launch settings completely, this is the place where you want to do as a developer. Okay, people who are much oriented towards GUI, you can go to the properties and select the debug and change the IIS Express informations there, right? So again, I'm just going quickly there. You can just go for general IIS Express, and if you want to write a command line, you're most welcome. Or if you want to use GUI, you can use the GUI and change the complete hosting model as well. So if you're not okay with the kind of coding or any changes to be made on the files right here, you can also choose the GUI option, and command line is also available if you want to do the changes. So this is about the launch settings which you can do and what are the different elements you have to take care of. Generally, it will be giving the complete details about the servers it will use and the settings of the server where it has been set to, right? So this is about the LaunchSettings.json in ASP.NET Core. After learning LaunchSettings.json file, how it will look like, what it will consist in ASP.NET Core, let's move on to the next topic, startup class for ASP.NET Core. So startup class includes how do you configure, how do you change the settings, and what are middlewares in ASP.NET Core project. Let's quickly check on the Visual Studio how startup class will look like. Now, here we are in Visual Studio. I have chosen ASP.NET Core empty project where we were working on previously. But before starting anything, we have to understand after December 2022, startup class was obsolete in Visual Studio because it was working on basis of 3.1. Since we have already covered 3.1 ASP.NET Core framework, there we didn't get to choose 3.1. The reason is because they have updated the software, it has become obsolete, the services has been stopped for it, right? Just we created the web project and we explored the web project, if you remember in the previous video. But I would like to inform that startup class is obsolete and we will proceed with other elements in this particular Visual Studio. If it was there, what it would be? You can see on the screen program.cs. Like that, you would get a file called startup.cs. So it would contain all the details of configurations, middlewares it is using, and every other element. But now, since it is obsolete, we will carry on understanding what is configuration settings and how do we do that and what are middlewares and how do we add the middlewares, right? Since we should talk about configure settings and middlewares, let's understand what is middlewares first. Middlewares are the softwares which is used in order to create a connection between request and response provided by the user, right? So we will be having certain settings in launch if the program have to start off. After starting, what are the services available and what are the different middlewares available? So those things will be always listed in program.cs file, right? If you see here, we are adding two extra services, that is add MVC service, that is having controller with views, and we are also having the logging service. Apart from that, we will always have few of the use routing, use authorization, use endpoints middleware because they are all used in order to run the program successfully, right? So why do you need this middleware? As I told you, it acts as an interface between the request and response. So the services asked should always be listed here. It will be showing up on the output screen later part. So app.run is a method which we use in order to completely run this app, and we will be also having certain configuration which we have to make not manually, but once we put this middlewares and services, it will create the connections automatically, right? The configuration is not mandatory that you have to do it manually. It will be done by itself, right? So let's save this and let's explore app settings. So if you see the app settings here, you have when did it log in, what is the login level, default, Microsoft.asp.NET warning, and allow hosts. It indicates star, that means all the hosts which we will choose, right? Next you have AppSettings.development.json. Again, it is having the same complete level of logging log level, default, Microsoft.ASP.NET Core, but once you use app settings, then only AppSettings.development.json will be run, else it will not run. Once you start this particular program, then it will try to give you the proper launch settings. As and when you select the options, it might be the server, it might be the services or the middlewares. So why do you need configure? Configure is necessary in order to make your services pipeline straight. One after the other, sequentially it has to execute. Hence, you should have the configuration details in your ASP.NET Core project, right? That is the use of having the middlewares and the configuration settings. You have configuration setting methods as well. So, what is it all about? If the configuration is running, then only it is giving you the output. If configuration is run, and then only you can just run the configuration setting method. Without running the complete whole part, you cannot run the method individually. So, they both are interconnected. There are two different things, configure settings and configure settings method. So, it is interdependent on each other. So, this is about how do you look at the middlewares, services and the methods. Then I would like to repeat, startup class is being obsolete, but still I am trying to give you the other information related to this particular middleware and configuration settings, right? So, this is about startup class in ASP.NET Core. After knowing startup class in ASP.NET Core is obsolete, but we understood what is the meaning of middleware, what are the services, what is configuration of service and configuration service method, right? So, configure service method actually, but we'll usually use configure services in auto configuration. Then, now let's understand what is AppSettings.json for ASP.NET Core. Let's quickly go back to Visual Studio platform and understand the use and meaning of AppSettings.json in ASP.NET Core. Here we are in the same platform and the same example. First, we have to find AppSettings.json. So, it is right here. You need not worry. It's right here. Then you can click it. Once you click on AppSettings.json, this is how it will look like. Now, what do? We will add one line here, my custom key value coming from AppSettings.json, right? This thing is generally displayed on the output screen. Before that, why do we use AppSettings.json? It is always responsible for all the connections it is having with the ASP.NET Core application or your project, be it database string connection, logging configuration, and also default information and the information on the hosts, right? We also had one more option. We can change the process. Remember, we studied about changing the process. How you used to change the process? There were many ways. Either from here, we used to do it by choosing IIS Express, and we used to change. There was two different processes, in process and out process. So, once you give this particular information right here, we'll save and just check how this particular program will work or should we change. So, once we are in Visual Studio, we were talking about AppSettings.json. When you go to that particular file, you will get to choose where it is logging in, what is the log level and default, what is the information, and Microsoft.ASP Core warning. Generally, AppSettings.json is used in order to have the configuration settings, DB connections, that is database, logging in details, and many other elements related to the configuration and launch of the application. Now, we have to add this particular line extra after allowed hosts. After doing this, we will go back to program.cs. There, what do? We tend to add configuration manager. That is, we are getting the value from my customer key value and we are trying to put the value by using get value of my customer key, and we are mapping that particular get to my customer key value. Once we do these two changes and we save it, we run the demo file or empty ASP.NET Core file. It will give us the information we pasted. My customer key value coming from AppSettings.json. Right. So in order to make this customizations, you need app settings, and user-defined app settings can also be made just like this. If you want to add some things, you can add it across, or if you want to use by default, you can use it, right? So this is about the AppSettings.json in ASP.NET. So that is why we use, and this is a simple example. We first change our customized message put up in this AppSettings.json. Then we go to program.cs and we will try to add the configuration, and we call the my custom key value and we run the code, we'll get the output. So this is about AppSettings.json and ASP.NET Core. After understanding AppSettings.json, we had an overview of what changes we have to make in order to make a customized app settings. And we also run the code. Whatever we added from user-defined perspective, it was shown on the output screen. Now, let's proceed with the next topic, that is components of ASP.NET Core middleware. Let's understand deep how middleware is and what it looks like, and when we run the program, how the output will be displayed. As I told you, middlewares are the softwares which is used in order to manage request and response via HTTPS, where the user will be interacting. Then you have various methods, various components involved in middleware. So, middleware component is used in order to have synchronization, in order to make the request and response wait, in order to have the context of the response, what they are trying to tell us and how it is working on. If you see in this particular program, I have just added the middleware components. The first middleware component is registered using extension method. So we are using extension method here, middleware 1, incoming request and outgoing response. Calling the next middleware component, await next. So what I'm trying to give you the demo is, we are just trying to have many requests. Request number 1, 2, 3, and how it will communicate. We are using await next method. Next, if you go, you have second middleware. There you are having middleware 2, again incoming and outgoing. Next you have the third middleware, incoming request handled and response generated. So here we are trying to show the communication between 1, 2 and 3 middlewares. It is just requests and responses. That is why we use middleware in order to handle these and try to manage the request without burdening the application or the complete process of interaction of user from your website or any application created by ASP.NET Core, right? So let's run this code and understand how this output will look like. Here you could see middleware 1 incoming request. Again, middleware 2, it is trying to access. Then middleware 3, it is trying to respond. Then it is giving the response for middleware 2 and middleware 1. Then it comes middleware 3, right? The response is generated in middleware 3. Then it is outgoing from 2 and 1. It is 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1 process. First, it is taking all the requests, it is generating the response, and it is sending back in the same order, sequential order. That's why I have named it across for you people to understand. 1, 2, 3 is first request range, then 3 to 1 is the response range. So this is about the middleware in ASP.NET Core, and we have to use middleware, else we don't get a full-fledged HTTPS compatible request and response kinds of application that can be created without middleware. It is impossible to do. So middleware are very much important. Now let's go back to the code, stop the execution, and let's see the middleware responses, how we have written. We have written by using write async. We have used await. These two elements are very much important when you work with middlewares. Why await? The reason is because you have to return tasks with no value. So it is awaited right here. So if you want to know about write async, So it will always give you responses and it will return a task that represents the completion of the write operation. Once the task has been completed, it will return complete element to the middleware. So the interaction is very easy. For this middleware to work, you have to have the builders. Without builders, middleware will not work, right? So this is about middlewares in ASP.NET Core. After learning the components of ASP.NET Core middleware, let's understand request processing pipeline for ASP.NET Core. So what is this pipeline? Pipeline is nothing but the sequence. First, we have to initialize the request. We have to process the request. We have to get back the results or the output. The response we say generally. In order to follow this pipeline, middlewares will play a very important role. First, response will be generated or initializations will be made. Then it will be sent. The processing will happen. First, we send request initialization. Then middleware executes that particular request. Then it will give the response accordingly and the request finalization will happen. That means once the response will reach your particular request, so then the task is closed. So this is a simple pipeline which ASP.NET Core will follow, right? So you can take the example from the previous video itself. That is, we are having numerous middlewares. That is middleware 1, 2, 3. And it is communicating with the response and the requests, right? So that is about the requesting pipeline for ASP.NET Core. It includes 3 or 4 stages of response and request communication that happens overall. Now let's go back to Visual Studio and check how this particular pipeline is aligned across. Yes, as I was telling, once you run the particular code which we started in the previous video, it is having multiple requests and multiple responses. How many requests? 3 requests and 2 responses it has been done. Middleware 1, 2, 3 are involved. We are having 3 incoming requests and it is handled and response has been generated. This incoming request will act as a request initialization. The response will be generated from the middleware. Then we will be finalizing the response which has been generated with outgoing response. So this is about how does the pipeline will work in ASP.NET Core environment. Now, after understanding the components of the middleware, also how does the pipeline will work in ASP.NET Core, now let's move on to www.root folder in ASP.NET Core. What is this folder all about? What is the difference? How it will look like? I'll quickly talk about it once we go to Visual Studio environment. Let's switch. First of all, I would like to start the difference between where www.root file will be available, in which project it is not. First thing, when you create web application of ASP.NET Core, we have already gone through 2 different kinds of project. One is web application, another one is ASP.NET Core MT, right? So I'm talking about the ASP.NET Core web application. Once we open this particular project, this is how it will look like. This is a web project. Here you can see www.root. What all it is containing? It is containing the external sources or the elements in need in order to make your project work efficiently, look diligent, and it is having a right form of user interface. First is CSS, style sheets of HTML, JS is JavaScript, the functional elements needed in order to make your website look and work function very well. Next you have libraries and you have various pages if it is created. Generally, it is created here, index page and privacy page and many other HTML files are right here. So all these things will be available in www.root. This is about ASP.NET Core web application. Now, let's switch on to ASP.NET Core MT project, how it will look like. Once you come to the MT project, which I was working on in previous videos, you could see if you open any of the properties or any kinds of menu in Solution Explorer, here you don't have www.root. Why? Isn't it not necessary for you to have root file in this particular project? Yes. Since it is empty, it is not by default given by the software. You have to create your own www.root folder. How do you do that? You go to properties, you right click, you add, and you try to create a new folder. Name that new folder as www.root. Enter. So once you do that, you will get the folder in properties. Generally, it is created as a folder itself. But where is the symbol of a global network symbol we had for www.root? Now, when this happens, go to your project, right click on the project, go to add, create a folder in the project and name that particular folder as www.root. Let's see what is the difference. Look at this. It is always a better practice in order to create new folders on the project directly. If you click on this sample project or the first demo project, what does it say? You have item group, you have folders, www.root, but again, for the first one which we created, it is right here. Inside the property folder, we created www.root. It is not making any sense. Neither the icon is being changed. Unless the icon is like this, you should always ensure that other elements which is created by you is wrong. So in order to avoid the confusion, I am deleting this particular folder. I'll delete this. Once you do that, you could see you have one single www.root folder. What all it will contain? It will contain any kinds of elements which is related towards the styling or HTML pages or any other libraries or JavaScripts. If you want to add anything to this, I'll just quickly help you out. So again, click on the www.root, then press on add. Once you do that, click on new item. It is asking file name.cs. Show all templates. What are the different templates available? What are the elements available right here in C# or you are having in .NET Core? If you go across here, you have web, C# again, general. Generally, you want to do some HTTP file addition, JSON file addition, or any kinds of elements, data, or any other code, file or interface or class. In general, we keep it right here, or we go back to the C# option and we will try to find any of the elements in order to put it across. What I was telling, either you can have JavaScript file or you can have HTML page or you can have HTTP files and many other elements. For an instance, I am selecting HTML page and adding it just like that. I'm not trying to do any coding or any other stuff. I'm just trying to give you an information how do you add elements inside the www.root, right? So here I'm trying to give an input for a title called sample. Then I save it. Now let's try running this program, how it will look like. I was just showing you how to add HTML file and what are the changes you can make in www.root in ASP.NET Core empty project. Now let's go to program.cs. What happens here? Here I've tried to add few of the elements, that is environment name, application name, web root path and content root path, right? This program.cs has been modified accordingly in order to get the www.root elements on the output screen, right? So environment name, application name, web root path and content root path. So let's quickly run this program and check what are the output we'll be getting. Here you have environment name, development, application name, first demo, and where is your web root path? It is giving you the complete path, that is www.root where it is being present, and content root path, it is present in this particular address, right? In order to fetch the information related to your application, your root, your path, you can do www.root, right? So this is how your output will look like if you want to fetch the information accordingly with the help of coding, right? So these are the codes which is being used in order to get those path informations available. And this is not restricted towards HTML page addition itself. Again, if you want to add something, you can just go back. You can use Ctrl+Shift+A as a shortcut and you can give the complete details, right? So if you want to add it as JavaScript file, you can add JavaScript also. It is available right here. But if you could observe one simple thing, what did they do in web application? We created subfolders in this. It's a better practice in order to first create the subfolder, then add those pages. You had CSS folder, you had JS folder, you had HTML pages folder, right? So make folders and you add it for your empty project. If you're working on ASP.NET Core empty, or it's a better option for you to choose by default web application in order to create your website. It is much more easier rather than doing this manual tasks. So this is all about www.root, what are the elements it will have and how do you fetch the roots and paths related to your project, and what is the difference between the web app ASP.NET Core and empty project, right? So where you have manual intervention for empty project, but web app will have the complete default elements available regarding the www.root in the Solution Explorer itself. Here you are just doing it manually. As simple as that, right? This is about www.root folder, what it contains and what it does. Now, after understanding www.root folder, what all it will contain, how do we create that in two different projects of ASP.NET Core, be it web application or empty project, what are the differences, where it requires manual intervention. Now, let's proceed with the next topic, middleware for static files in ASP.NET Core. So what are the static files? Be it an image, be it your HTML page, be it a CSS file. So these are all static files. So you have to include the static files in www.root folder and you have to create a middleware for that. How do you do that? Let's quickly check on the Visual Studio platform. Since we had created a HTML page here, we also created a JavaScript for demonstration purpose. Let's understand the code, what it is trying to tell us. So here we are trying to fetch, adding static files to the middleware component to serve the static files again. So we are using this particular middleware, use static files. Then we are adding another middleware component requesting the pipeline. So this particular pipeline contains an information request handled and response generated. So this has to be printed on our output screen. That means it is having an option or letting the static files method to be executed in the program or the application development phase, right? So let's quickly run this code and check how it will look like, whether it will print this information or not. So here it says request handled and response generated, right? The output is clear with us. And why I'm just showing this simple example, the reason is I don't want to complicate as it's a basic things and we have to understand each and every element in what is available, be it a middleware for static files or any other response generation. How do you do the pipelining for the request made and how do you set a static file right here, right? So what we created is just to show how you add elements into the www.root. It is not doing anything with this, right? This is not handling anything. We are just showing you how the use of static file method will happen and how the response will be generated once you pipeline the particular method and how it will generate the output with a simple line of information. By this, we have understood how do you use static files method in ASP.NET Core empty project. I'm mentioning this, the reason is people get confused between web and the empty project hereafter. So I'll mention these things. After understanding how do you work with static files and set the middleware accordingly, now let's proceed with the next topic, setting up the home page in ASP.NET Core. How do you set up this home page? How it will work? Let's quickly check on the Visual Studio platform. Since we have already created HTML page and we have just put one information here, hi, this is index page. Now let's go back to program.cs. Here what's happening? We are setting the default files. We are using the default files inside this and we are making it as a static file itself. We were working on static files before. I'm using one more element, middleware or service, that is use default files, and that is the only addition that has been made. Now quickly we'll run this code. What is the output? Let's see. It is telling request handled and response generated. Why? Let's understand. Because it is not navigating anywhere, it is considering this page to be the final page. So, it is generating the output as it generated in the previous video. But what do we do now? We will have to create our path html page.html. So, once you click on this particular link or the path, here it is, hi, this is index page. That means it is navigating only when we put this information across, and from this particular index page, we are just trying to force fit our index page from previous one. Generally, it was running the program as a default. Now we are giving this in-depth URL, hence it is running the page which is generated inside this project. So, here what we understand is we are trying to navigate between the pages and making it as an index page. By default, can we run this? Once we just press on running this particular code, will it take this particular, hi, this is index page as a first page? We'll have to check, we'll have to slightly modify the code in order to make this page as the startup page. Let's understand how do we do it. Once we set this particular file to be on default and we are using the static files, if we run this particular code back again, we will get the index page directly. So if we just quickly run this code and wait for the output, without having the complete URL like we wrote in just 2 seconds before, we added HTML page.html, that is not required. Now we can just directly launch the program and the index page information will be displayed. That means it is running HTML page.html as a first page, right? So this is how you redirect your particular files into a home page or a landing page. If you are having multiple pages in your website, which page has to land first, you have to mention that across, right? This is how you work across in order to make your page to be the home page. Despite of having 20 or 30 pages in your website, if you want one page to be on default, you have to work across like this, right? This is about making a home page default on ASP.NET Core. Now, after understanding how does the exception page look like in ASP.NET Core, now let's understand two different topics. One is command line interpreter and another one is templates for projects in ASP.NET Core applications. I think the second topic does not need any complete explanation. It is just that what are the templates available in ASP.NET Core. Any which ways, let's go through one by one. Let's start with command line interface. When you say command line interface, what happens? It is just the black and white screen, the command line prompt which you get in your Windows. So that is where you have to work upon. Now let's see how it is related to .NET. Here you have to go to search button and type command prompt. Just type command, you will get the command prompt. Here we are on the command prompt. It is on the default address. Now what you have to do? You have to talk about .NET. So let's press .NET. What are the information it is showing? It is showing you have different options available: help, info, list, SDKs and runtimes, right? So those are the information you can gain. What do? First, let's go with .NET help. It says, yes, these are the commands which you can use in order to build list pack, nugget, new. Again, you can test, you have tools, you have VS test. So, will this work? Let's see, .NET tool. So, it is just showing across that required command was not provided. That means it is first asking us in order to go to the local directory. Then we have to work. If I press just tool, it is saying it is not recognized. The reason being, it is not in the right directory. So where is your particular .NET file or folder? You can navigate to that by using CD, that is change directory, or first you can just go for your D drive. Once you go to the D drive, where is your folder, you can just find it across and you can put your information of the folder or of the file of ASP.NET which is created, and you can work across, right? So here, this is simple 2 different commands which you can use. That is, first is .NET, then you have .NET help, and you want to go further, understand how does this particular elements will work, you can choose this particular command and work across. So this is the overall picture of command line interpreter. Now let's learn about the templates available in .NET. You already have the templates which we tried to choose between when we created the project. Any which ways, now let's start back again and understand. Here, for this you have to type Visual Studio 2022 and you open this particular application. Once it is opened, then I open the default worked project which was already there. Now, if you want to go for new, you can go for new, say project. Here you are. So, search for templates. This is what I was talking about, project templates. There are numerous amounts of template available across the Visual Studio. It is having various Android, iOS related, Mac related, Linux related, Azure, cloud related, and TypeScript related, the blank solutions and C# related elements available. So there are numerous of templates. I cannot explain all the templates right here, but we have already worked with few. But there are many templates available. If you're not finding what you're looking for, again you can install more features and tools and templates by yourself, right? So these are the options available. I don't think so. They have listed almost all the elements. Apart from this also, if something is missing, you can just add it across and work upon, right? So which languages it is supporting, what it is doing, everything has been present here. One line explanation, the heading and the supportive operating systems and the languages has been mentioned here. So this is about the templates available in ASP.NET Core and you can use it accordingly. Now, here we are in the last part of this section, that is summary. Let's quickly recap what are the different elements which we went through the whole session. ASP.NET is a web application framework which is developed by Microsoft, and we went through the complete history and versions of ASP.NET starting from ASP up to ASP.NET Core 7. And we also saw ASP.NET Core is a cross-platform, is an open source framework, and also it is very much feasible for web application services. And it is a successor to traditional ASP.NET. And it is offering modularity, performance, and cross-platform support. We also went through why we want ASP, what is ASP.NET Core, what is the difference between .NET Core and ASP.NET Core. We also saw what ASP.NET Core will not support. We listed web forms, view state, postbacks, global.asax, and JSON-based configurations, etc. And we also saw ASP.NET Core supports multiple languages, C#, VB.NET, F#, and more. After learning all the theoretical aspects and also how to set up this particular ASP.NET Core and what are the tools and softwares required for this, we ended up demonstration of creating web application using ASP.NET Core, which had 10 plus concepts to be covered. See, we went through from project creation up to the hosting, the complete testing and maintainability and deployment as well. How it will look like and how are the options available, and how to use it. At last, we went through the demonstration. How do we create a web application? We had several concepts to be covered. We learned starting from how to create a project, also up to the templates which is available in ASP.NET Core to create your projects. We went through every other aspect, be it server connection, be it database connection, be it how this particular main program will work, how do we inspect the working of this main programs, and what are the errors caused, how the local host will work. All the elements of basic requirements were covered in demonstration. By this, we end this session. Happy learning. Thank you. Building on our ASP.NET Core fundamentals, we will now master robust, scalable web applications using the MVC architecture to harness its full enterprise level potential. For this, you have to already know a little bit of ASP.NET Core. Generally, aspirants who are willing to learn regarding ASP.NET, a little bit of basic is necessary. So, what is this ASP.NET MVC? Basically, as you all know, ASP.NET MVC is a initial web development framework where people used to use and now still they are using. You have a separate job role only profiled as ASP.NET developer, right? So, it is generally supporting the web development. What is this MVC? Let's understand what is this MVC in this session. Generally, it is an abbreviated form of Model View Controller. Let's explore the agenda and various topics, what all we'll be learning in this session, and understand more about ASP.NET MVC. Here we are in the agenda for this session. First, we will talk about what is ASP.NET MVC. We will understand what it is trying to give for the end user. Then, we will talk about how do we set up ASP.NET MVC project in Visual Studio environment. That is the integrated development environment generally we use in order to work with ASP. Next, we will learn what is MVC cycle. Just like software development cycle, we also have MVC cycle. So, we will focus on what are the different aspects it will cover. Next, we will learn what is routing. Routing, there are two different routings. You should not get confused. Network related, computer networks related, and what I'm talking now is again network related itself, but which is integral part of ASP.NET MVC. What kind of networking I'm speaking, I'll let you know in the routing session. Next, we will check working with views. What is this view in ASP.NET? We will understand that. Then, we will talk about controller actions and action results. What do we do in controlling an action and what will be the output or the result for the same? It is just like a reaction or the reflex for your action generally in the form of ASP.NET MVC. Then, we will talk a little bit about data access with entity framework. What is this entity framework? How do we access this? What is the difference between these things, right? We will have to understand more about it. Forms and data validation. How important a form is? Obviously, since I told in the introduction that ASP.NET MVC is generally a web development framework. When it comes to web application, obviously you should have forms. Login form, registration form, sign up form. So, these are the generally day-to-day used forms. How do you create that? What are the things involved in that? So, we will focus more about theoretical aspect related to these things. Next, we will talk about authentication and authorization. After completing your project, say web project, you have to give certain authorizations, certain authentications as per the hierarchy you receive. In a team, an admin is a major person. Then it will flow down as a waterfall model. They'll have different team members what access to be given to whom, first stage, second stage, third stage, at the end stage as well, right? We will talk more about authentication in this particular section. Next, error handling and logging. We should always be sure that our web development will be on dot. The creation of websites, any of the web application will be on dot, which is capable of handling its own error without human intervention as much as possible. I'm not telling 100%, even 99% would work. How do you handle the errors and what are the aspects which is involved in logging the errors, why we should log the errors, all these elements we will understand. Next, we will talk about deployment and publishing. After understanding little bit of theory involved, what are the different kinds of authentications, forms, error handling and other stuff. Once you finish your particular web application, you have to deploy that, deliver that to the end user. So, what are the different aspects involved in deployment and publishing? We will understand those as well. At last, we will implement all the theoretical concepts which we have listed above in web application development using ASP.NET MVC. The last one is a complete demonstration and a hands-on wherein you will get to understand the theoretical aspect which you have studied prior, how to implement that, where it is useful, how you have to work with it. Generally, we will focus on taking examples like a login page. We will try to focus a little bit more on hands-on in the last section. For now, these are the topics we'll be covering in this complete session of ASP.NET MVC, wherein we cater for the both aspects, be it theoretical or practical. Why wait? Let's quickly start off with the first topic. Now, we will start off with the first topic, Introduction to ASP.NET MVC. What is ASP.NET MVC? Is the first question the person who is starting to learn about this will have in their mind. ASP.NET MVC is a web application framework, again, which is developed by Microsoft, which will always implement the structure, that is web application, in the form of MVC pattern, that is Model View Controller pattern. What will these Model View Controller is responsible of? What all it will contain? We will understand that in upcoming sections. For now, we will develop web application in a framework, that is ASP.NET MVC, which is the product of Microsoft. That is the introduction towards this. Unlike traditional web forms, MVC provides a more structured and modular approach in order to build web applications. Means, model is responsible for few aspects, view is responsible for few aspects, and controller is responsible for few aspects. What all it is responsible for, what are the functionalities of these, we'll understand further. Now, after knowing what is ASP.NET MVC, what it will do, let's understand the advantages or features of ASP.NET MVC. First and foremost thing, which every person who wants to work with any of the software will think of, that is it paid or is it open source? For that, we have an answer here. ASP.NET MVC is a completely open source software. It is accessible for every learner, every student. You need not pay for it. Until unless is a professional version wherein it is used for any startup companies, the bigger projects. Community version is free and accessible. Coming up to the next point, cross-platform. What does this cross-platform meaning? By now, you would have understood cross-platform means it is accessible across all the operating systems, Windows, Linux, and Mac OS, right? So, you can deploy your particular project which you have created in Windows onto Mac to Linux, you have this interoperability or cross-platform accessibility in ASP.NET MVC. Clear? Next, we will talk about its complete control on HTML and HTTP. Yes, designing aspects as well, deploying aspects as well, and maintaining aspects as well. HTML, it will handle the front-end parts, what you will look in the screen, that is the GUI part of it, which it will access with the help of CSS and JavaScript. HTTP is linking the backend to the front-end and hosting as well. It has complete control. That's why we have the controller in MVC. It will have the control over backend to front-end, what all it is trying to work with. The URLs aspect, the hosting aspect, and the server and the client. It has all the control. Next, extensible framework. What is this extensible framework? It is scalable. Say you have just worked for the project version 1. In version 2, you have to do something beyond version 1. You have to release another version, adding certain features, again version 3, so on and so forth. This extensiveness is always supported in ASP.NET MVC. That is why this particular framework or the software is not obsolete since it has been created. Till today, you have a job role dignified for ASP as ASP developer or .NET developer. So that is the history it carries. Reason being, it is extensible. Then, routing. I spoke about routing in the agenda as well. Here also, routing is one of the advantage. What is routing? Linking between the particular front end and the back end and hosting as well. It has a complete control. We will understand that when we reach to routing topic. Next, you have application programming interface. That means you have different kinds of APIs which is supported. You can add on, you can have the extensions, you can include those, and you can work with your project. Finally, testing. Testing is an advantage. How? Since it has model, view, and control as a separate aspect. For example, the data models, the functions, and the main program in your normal C programming or the C++ object-oriented programming. This division is done. Generally, what we do in other programming languages, just first we will talk about functions, then we will add certain data models, and then at the last we will go for main program, object-oriented programming languages, right? So it's in a one single sheet only. But here you have different classification where you can have model in a separate container, view in a separate container, and the controller in a certain container. If you want to correct any of the elements, you can go to certain containers and do it, right? So testing is very easy. You can do unit testing because you have the models available separately, right? So this is the picture regarding ASP.NET MVC introduction and also advantages and features related to the same. Now let's have a gist of what is MVC pattern. We have been talking about MVC. MVC means model, view, controller, right? So let's quickly know what is model, what is view, and what is controller. The first thing is model. Represents the application's data and business logic. The logics, what all you want to implement, the data which is related to your application, that is stored in model. Next, you have view. Displays the user interface and receives user input. Generally, what is at the end level, at the user level, for example, be it your Gmail login, be it your registration form, these things which you see, the labels, the text boxes, the cursor which is blinking on the text box, so all these are GUIs. The view which you see on the screen is always kept in view compartment or the container of MVC. It always displays user interface and receives user input. Whatever the information you put in a registration form, be it name, address, contact number, email, etc., that is retrieved with the help of view. Next, you have controller, which will handle user input, updates the model, and manipulates the view. Generally, it is coordinating between model and view. It is trying to control the inputs, where the input should be stored, how it should get the response. So everything is controlled and monitored with the help of controller. This is the overall picture of what does MVC mean. Now we have understood the basic aspects, the definition or the meaning of ASP.NET MVC, what are the advantages and features of ASP.NET MVC. At last, what is the one-liner definition for MVC is being known. Now, let's move on to the next topic. After understanding the introduction, the advantages and features, and one-liner regarding MVC, now we are in the next topic, setting up ASP.NET MVC in Visual Studio IDE environment. How do we go about this? Let's quickly understand. Let's move on to Visual Studio 2022. You have to install Visual Studio, the latest version available from the official website of Microsoft Visual Studio. Then you will get to see this start screen. There is an option called Create a New Project. Click on that. How do you set up ASP.NET MVC? It's not a bigger deal. You just have to go to the search bar. Don't even try to scroll because it is having lots of other projects available across the platforms, be it Linux, which is supporting Mac, which is supporting Windows, etc. And one thing I have to tell you, what all did we see? We spoke about interoperability, or we are having the option of cross-platform, right? You could see here the platforms which is available for certain projects. On that you can decide. You have C#, you have Linux, Mac OS, Windows, and console. There are few places where Linux is not there. There are few places where you don't have even Mac OS or Windows. Say you see here in Azure Functions, it is only Azure and the cloud. So what all it is supporting, most of the time it is supporting cloud and service as well, right? So there are various projects available numerously. If you scroll down, you will get lots of projects. And still, if something is missing, you want to add something, install more tools and features is also available, right? So let's not go more depth into this. So let's focus on what we were discussing, that how to set up MVC related project in Visual Studio IDE environment. I'm typing MVC here, just like that. If you could see, you have various applications related to MVC. ASP.NET Core Web API will also support. And we have a different exclusive project which is for Model View Controller. Again, ASP.NET Core Web API itself. And you have ASP.NET Core Web App Model View Controller. Again, it is having ASP.NET Core API. We focus on these four things. First, what we do is we try to open ASP.NET Core Web Application, which is into Model View Controller. What is this difference? You have C#, you have F#. These are the two different aspects you have to consider if you are working with C# code or F# code. Everything else is the same. It is supporting Linux, Mac OS, Windows, Cloud, Service, and Web, right? So this is the basic difference. So what do? We got to choose C# itself. So it states the same way. What is the project name? Sample Demo. You can give MVC to be exclusive because you have already worked on few of the projects. You get confused, so keep it precise enough. Now I click on Next. It says again .NET 6.0 or 7. Let's focus on 6.0. You have to ensure you are ticking this. Do not use top level statements. Then you create. Once you click on create, it will start creating the environment which you need. Once you click on create, it will give you the project which has been created in the name which you have provided, that is Sample Demo MVC. Clear? This is the project. This is Solution Explorer where you can get all the elements required. You can see a small difference here. What is this? it is having model as a separate folder, view as a separate folder, and controller as a separate folder. That is what I was speaking about. It is having a different containers or the different spaces which is being classified for few of the operations. So let's quickly explore these three things. Controllers, it is having .cs file, home controller. You have model, that is error view model, and you have view. In view, you have home. In home, it is index page, privacy page, shared is view imports, and you have view start. So what is this talking about? Next, you will see the program related to that here. If you open the program, you will get to know what are the different aspects it is trying to give you. As a basic project, it will provide a web application, right? Let's quickly run and check what is the output. So here we are in the output screen. We didn't do anything, no coding, nothing. We just created a ASP.NET MVC project in the name called Sample Demo MVC. By default, it has been divided into model, view, controller, and it is having certain aspects related to web application. It is having home, it is having privacy. If you go to privacy, you have another page. It is having multi-page website. And if you want to learn about more web apps with ASP.NET, you can go with this. And you have privacy. Again, if you click on this, you have another particular page related. Both privacies are same. And you have a copyright. So it is giving us a basic structure. It is having header, footer, privacy. It's having a certain elements involved that is called welcome. Because this is the first project, we didn't code anything. It was zero coding, but still it tend to give us a template. How a website can be developed with the help of ASP.NET MVC, right? So this is the output. Now, what you have to do? You want to improvise according to your requirements. It is not restricted only towards this. This is just giving a basic idea how does a ASP.NET MVC project will be. It is already having certain files. If you want, you can edit the files, or you want to delete the default files, and you can create your own, is left to you. We will go back to our particular application here. See, these are the overall picture on the files and elements available in MVC, and this is how a MVC project will look like, and this is how you launch a web application related to MVC in Visual Studio 2022. After understanding what is ASP.NET MVC, what are the different advantages, features, and knowing one-liners about MVC, and then practically checking out how do you set up a ASP.NET MVC project in Visual Studio 2022. Now, let's quickly check out the next topic, MVC Lifecycle. Model, view, controller has a lifecycle which is just like software development lifecycle, right? So we can just correlate between that if you are having little knowledge about software development, right? This is how MVC lifecycle will look like. User will request the controller, try to get the response from the model, also the request from the model, and then the controller will send the data after having this conversation between the model. Why the conversation is going on between the model and the controller? Because the business logic and all the data elements is always present in model. After this to and fro, request and response, the controller will send the data to the view where the output screen, for example, the user can see. Again, view is just sending the data. That means user can see the results in the view. Also, you have to understand from the view only, we will try to give the input as well sometimes. It's not that directly we are talking to the controller or trying to request the controller. It can be to and fro towards your left side also, right? So you can send a request with a view. View will contact to controller. Controller will go back to the model and try to do the request and response and get back in the same way. It is a two-direction element or the process that will happen. This is how the life cycle of MVC will look like. It is just the request and response between the models, views, and the controllers from the outer world, that is from the user. So this is about MVC lifecycle structure. Now let's understand what are the different life cycles available. There is two different life cycles you have to understand. The first one is application life cycle. The second one is request life cycle. First, let's talk about application life cycle. The period of time from when the application process really starts using IaaS, that is the Express server, until it ends, it is referred to as application life cycle. Since, for example, make it simpler. You're running a code, be it any programming, C, C++, Python, anything. You press the start or you start to build the program unless you stop the program. That is called application lifecycle. You're starting and ending. You wanted something, you requested to the system, it processed, it gave you the output, you close the output. From start to the end, application lifecycle is being considered. Now, let's correlate that. The application start and finish events in your application startup file indicates this. There is a startup file in an application just like a main section in your program. I'm trying to give correlation between this because you get to understand more, because already we have learned about so many programming languages, right? So you can connect that like this. You have a startup file which is directly same as a main function in your program. This is about the application lifecycle. Now, let's move on to request lifecycle. It is a series of actions that our program takes each time it receives an HTTP request. How do we correlate this? We can correlate this with your Google search. Every day you try to search each of the any other thing on the Google, be it ordering something online, be it you want information, you want to access something. So everything Google is a mastermind, right? So everyone is dependent on Google. When it is a request lifecycle, for example, you want to buy something in XYZ online platform. What happens there? You will try to give the product name. For example, a shirt in XYZ platform. That is a request. You put it on Google. It will go to that particular XYZ company's website and show you the product available, their features, colors, price, and etc. Right? This is a request lifecycle. When it will end? When you close that particular tab. When you change your request. When you want to search something else, shoes in XYZ company. That is the second request. First request was shirt. Second request is shoes. So, request lifecycle is only that period or that amount of request you put across. Hope this is relatable, right? So, routing is the first entry point for an MVC application. We will talk about routing still more good in further topic, but we've already seen this routing word since 2 to 3 times for now, right? It is the first entry point to work with any MVC application, right? Using the URL routing module for anything and everything, unique name will be provided, unique address will be there. So, it goes on according to that particular URL. The ASP.NET framework determines how to handle a request once it has been received. How do you go about accessing any of the website of any company on this world? In Google, you have different URLs for the same. You just type it as www.xyz.com. It will go to that particular company website and it will show their portfolio or their product list to you. As simple as that. What is this typing of URL called? It is called routing. We are trying to give the routing module. Internally, it is having lots and lots of operations that's happening, which is behind, which is abstracted, which is hidden from the user eyes. But there are client and server request and response that's frequently happening. Sometimes when you search for something, it will start giving the buffers, right? It will try taking some time to load. We say server is slow. What is that? It's all about the request you have sent and the time taken to get the response. We consider that as server is slow because the patience for waiting for the result is very less in the users. And as technology develops, the response should be in nanoseconds. That's how the technology is improving, right? So, we have to handle this particular request once it has been received with the help of routing. That is why we use routing. Got it? Next, we will focus on next point. Modules are .NET elements with additional functionality that may be included into the application lifecycle. If you want to add any modules, you can add it across. You want different pages in your websites, you can add it across. You want a single page website, you can do it. So, it depends upon how you want to display your portfolio. Simple as that. The incoming URL must always match the routes that we specify in our application for the routing module to function. You already have certain routing module which is having certain address. The same URL should be used. Only if it is matching, then only the website has been displayed. If you miss single dot in that, you will get a 404 error. Generally, that is how the search engines will display. It is not found, right? So, this is about the request lifecycle. Application lifecycle is simple. Start of the application, end of the application. Request lifecycle, start of the request and end of the request. It's very simple to understand. Now, let's see what does this request lifecycle look like. Very simple. You request, I told you, routing is the first part of start of application. Then it will go to controller initialization. It will check for the action. It will execute. Then it comes back to result execution. It will check in the view engine. Then result is executed and response is provided. This is how the request lifecycle will work. Every single request you give for Google, it is very quick. You get answers in nanoseconds. But this is the background process that will happen when you type something on Google and try to search something, right? This is about the request lifecycle. Hope we have understood MVC lifecycle overall, including the application lifecycle and request lifecycle. After understanding the basics of what is ASP.NET MVC and creating that particular project in Visual Studio, what is all about the lifecycle of MVC, now let's focus on our next topic, that is routing. Routing in ASP.NET MVC is the process of mapping URLs to their corresponding controllers and actions. As simple as that. We have heard enough of routing for now, but we'll understand more about routing now. We have to have a connect between the front end and the back end, right? You have to map, okay, A for apple and B for ball. You cannot interchange A for ball and B for apple, right? This confusion, if you make, the user will end up rating your web application as a 0 web application because it is not having a proper mapping. If you click on home page, it is going to contact us page. If you click on sign up page, it is going on to the privacy page. So, when you not do this particular mapping properly, it will cause an issue. When we have a proper mapping, how we'll have a proper mapping? With the help of routing. That is the only answer. URLs, if you could see, for example, it will start changing. You type it as www.xyz.com. It is a home page. Once you start exploring that particular home page, which is having a various options like login, register, or contact us, any other menu, it will add on with a slash. Remember, www.xyz.com/contact us. So, we are routing this particular website into the sub-modules. How do we do that? We connect that across to the main module and the pages properly to the relevant URLs. That happens with the help of routing. Should we do it manually? If you wish so, you can start doing it manually. You have to connect your home page menus to different various pages. Generally, what people have done today is not moving from one page to another page. They are having a single website. That means you click on something, it will scroll down, it will give you that particular block and go back again if you want to go back. So now it has been developed that way, but still it's having a multiple page website is a very good aspect, that you have a proper category. You have that view display method. What are the key components involved in routing? Route table defines URL patterns and their corresponding handlers. What is the different pattern you follow and what it is handling? It will show the particular information in route table. Next, you have URL segment. Parts of the URL that determine which controller and action to invoke. It is having a different segments, parts. Every element in the URL has a different meaning. The segments is been determined in order to put an action with the help of the controller. Then there is something, a file for example called global.asax. What is this all about? What is the role of it? Introducing the application's global.asax file where roots are registered on application start. You have a separate file in .NET MVC or the overall .NET. You are having a global file which has all the roots and addresses where you have linked your complete website. What are the different pages it has? What is the roots it is having? The complete application start. That means the home page is having the complete information in the backend. You have to set your website to load to its home page. You cannot randomly leave your website that you try to give the URL www.xyz.com. It will go to the contact us page, right? It's not a fair part. You have to go to the home page itself. First, you have to set your application. Whenever the URL is being given, it has to go to the home page. How it will know? The start.cs will have the complete details, or the global.asax is having the complete details of your routings, the complete models, submodules, every information and the various different URL without duplication or without repeating the URLs. Then, defining custom roots in root config class. You can create a class also which is called root config. You want to create custom placeholders, controllers, actions and IDs, you can give that. Then you can define defaults and optional URL parameters as well. I told you, it's left to you. If you want to create your proper root, you want like this elements to be there, or you're okay with the computer generated URLs, that is also fine. You have option of just like your function, library functions or user defined function you're programming, right? User can also define their own function, or default library functions are also available. We make use of both while we code. As simple as that. You want to develop a separate user defined or a custom root, you can do that with the help of root config class, or you can just go ahead with the system created roots or URLs, right? So this is the information regarding routing. Now let's understand the purpose of constraints. There's something called constraints. Using constraints to ensure that a root is only matched if the URL meets certain criteria, just like the conditional and looping statements which you have in your programming. As simple as that. The condition has been satisfied, go ahead with the program. If not, exit the program. As simple as that. We are having constraints, nothing but the conditions. Only if it is matching, then only you will enter that particular website. Say your website URL is www.xyz.com. You are trying to give www.wxyz.com. Is it going there? No. It is throwing up an error. How? The constraint is not met. As simple as that. Next, what are the different types of constraints you can find? The first thing is regex based constraints for URL segments. Then HTTP method constraints, that is get, post, etc. This is the overview of what is routing, how does the routing work, what is the importance of routing, what are the different constraints we have. It has been covered in the topic routing. After understanding a tad bit of information regarding ASP.NET MVC, the introduction and overview with advantages and features, how did you create this particular ASP.NET MVC project in the Visual Studio, then the life cycle of MVC, and then understanding routing. Now let's focus on the next topic, working with views. Views are the components that handle the display logic of an MVC application. The MV part, visual part, view, is being known as views. They are responsible for presenting the data to the users. Taking the information from the users and presenting the output to the users, both will happen in this constraint called views. Responsibilities of a view. What all you have to consider? To render the user interface with which user interacts, be it your sign-in form, login form, registration form, so on and so forth, you open your website on the particular given link. To display data provided by the controller in the desired format. Say, you are trying to give your data. First, registration will happen. Sign up will happen. Next, you will try to log in. In sign up, they would have taken your information. They would have given a username, or you have set your own password. Once you do all this registration itself, it can go back to the login. Without your credentials present inside the database, you cannot go in to any website randomly and start logging in without having your information prior. Registration has not happened, you cannot do that, right? That's the simple rule. So, the view's responsibility is to take the proper information from the user, then it will send it across. The controller will put that particular information in the database, that is in the model, and once you try to log in with the same information which you have already registered, it will try to gauge is it right or wrong. Accordingly, it will try to give the error messages if it is wrong. If it is syncing, it is allowing you to enter to the website or log into the any of the platform you want, right? So, view is responsible for both aspects, taking the input, providing the output. Simple. Creating views. Typically created using a templating language, specifically in the framework, which is called Razor for ASP.NET MVC. Generally, you create views with the help of Razor pages. How you do that, what is it all about, we go to demonstration and learn about it. For now, we are creating the views as a templating language specific to that particular framework, which is called as Razor. Simple. There are different templates as well, but for example, I've mentioned one. Views can be strongly typed, which means they are bound to specific model. Login form is on dot a login form. You cannot make a login form as a sign-up form, nor sign-up form can be a login form. Login means you are having one user ID to be entered, one password and one button. As simple as that. But registration form, you have your name, details, mobile number, address, so on and so forth. Many elements. Right? You cannot change the views. Views should be correctly mapped with current particular URLs. That is also very important. So this is about the responsibilities creating the views. Now let's understand passing data to views. Data is passed from controllers to views using mechanisms such as view models, view bag, view data, etc. Obviously, there has to be some program between, right? You have to enter your information, it has to take your information and it has to pass that particular data to different various layers of this, be it controller, be it model, however it is being mapped or connected. Front end and back end to be linked, some process should happen. The passing of data from the views will happen with the models called view bag or view models and view data. Now, let's understand view components. Partial views, layouts and view helpers. What is this partial views? Reusable view pieces like headers and footers. In a website, generally, people who have already worked upon web development, they will understand we have a set header and set footer. It is not changing for every page. The content in the middle is trying to be changed. When it comes to home page, it is going to the home page. When it goes to contact page, it is trying to go to contact page. It is going to login page, it is trying to go to login page. Only the page has been changed, but header and footer remains constant. Right? That is why the privacy policy and other stuff will be there in the footer always, because every page for that particular website has been under privacy policy, right? So partial views are nothing but the elements which is reusable, which is there present in the complete website from start to end. Simple, that is header and footer. Next, you have layouts. Define a common site template to maintain a consistent look. You have something called user experience and user interface. The color palette choosing is very much important. The user should be pleased to come to your website, not scared to come to your website. You cannot use dark colors. You cannot make it lots of blinginess or animations or other stuff, right? You have to have a subtle look for your particular website. So there are different aspects you have to consider with respect to user experience also. It is also different subject you have to study in order to have a proper aesthetic which has been aggregated to be a proper website which is approved, good, subtle and nice user experience, right? Layouts depend upon the layouts generally. If you want to link this particular layouts also, I can give you a common example, day-to-day example. You open Microsoft PPT, right? PowerPoint presentation. What happens? You have different themes and layouts to select in order to make your slides, right? That is also same thing. Both are interlinked. To give a proper example. Next, you have view helpers. That is methods that help to render HTML in a view. Because we have created the website with the help of HTML itself, it has to have helpers or the methods in order to connect the HTML code as well to your view model. This will happen with the view helpers. These are the view components generally we will keep in mind in order to start off with. Now, what are the best practices in order to have a good view or a working, proper, good looking view? Keep views simple. Business logic should reside in controllers or models. Any logic, any complications you want to make, please abstract it, please hide it. Don't put the logic on the website which is viewable to everyone and it is not understandable, by the way. That is also the case because end user is not a computer expert, right? You have to have that consideration also. What is to be abstracted, what is to be displayed? There is a barrier. Keeping it simple is very good for everyone. Reuse views as much as possible to follow dry. What is this dry? Don't repeat yourself principles. Say you're developing a website, you have typed a code related to header and footer. Instead of reusing the header and footer for every other pages, you're typing the code for header and footer for every other page is a no thing. You cannot do that and waste your time in the coding, right? You have the option of reusability. You can reuse it. Reuse the views which is already present. Make a master template. Generally, what happens in PowerPoint, we make a master template. We try to change the content of it, but not the template or the design or the layout. Am I right? So you can relate that to this to have a better picture. Reusing views is very important. Don't repeat yourself is the principle you have to follow. Ensure views are accessible and responsive to support various devices and screen sizes. So when it comes to this, you have to have your website as good looking as on your Mac big screen or a mobile which is only having 6 inches display. We call it as making the website responsive. Responsive in the sense, any format of the screen, X pixels, Y pixels, doesn't matter. It has to look same way how it has been developed or how the ideation has been made. When you open your website on your laptop, it's looking good, but when you open the same website in your mobile phone, the complete aesthetics has been changed. Menu is somewhere, the elements are different, disaligned, improportionate. It is a bad practice. So you have to keep your website responsive. You have to make the views accessible and support every other device or the screen sizes. So this is the complete overall picture about the views. What is a view? What are the different components of the view? what are the best practices of the view. We have understood how do we work with view from this session. After understanding the basics about ASP.NET MVC, routing, the lifecycle of MVC, and also views regarding the MVC, now let's focus on controller actions and action results. What is this? Tad bit of confusion, but still, let's understand one by one. Let's focus on what is controller actions. Actions are methods within a controller. It is a class generally which will respond to user input captured through root data, query strings, or form values. Actions are nothing but simple. You press your login button after giving the information about username and password. The action that button performs, what that particular button should do, is mentioned with the help of action. We call it as controller action, right? So, after pressing the login button, generally in layman perception, what will happen? Already your login details will be present in the database. Once you click on button, the particular information in the text boxes which you have given, be it your username and the password, will be fetched from your view interface, put it across to the model, check the database elements, okay, it is matching. You can let that particular user inside the website or any of the platform. The controller will give the response to the front end, that is the view again, then you will log in. This is simple. It's a back-end process, right? What is the action it will be doing? Button clicking. The click of the button is an action. That particular click is associated with certain elements or certain process behind it. This is controller action. Very simple. Trigger. They are invoked when a root is matched to a controller and a specific action name. Simple. You are clicking a button. Click of a button is the action name. You have a matched controller. That means the information which is sent after the click of the button, that is username and password, is matching the database. The route where it is traveling and coming back again is matching. So that is called to be a trigger, right? You are invoking certain action is known to be a trigger. Simple. Now, action results. An action result is the outcome of controller action method. Something should happen, right? I told the complete process as layman example. When you give your information for login, it will go to database, it will come back after authentication. Action method is involved in order to do this process, right? The outcome, the result which you get, that is you enter to that particular platform or login is successful, that is the result. For your action of clicking login button, the action result is it is letting you inside that particular platform or the website. If your information is wrong, what it will do? The action result is your login or password is incorrect. Please enter a correct one. Error message. That is also a result. Positive result, negative result. Very simple. Now, let's understand the types of action results. View result for returning a view. Redirect to root result for redirecting to another action or controller. JSON result for returning to JSON data. Content result for returning to plain text. File result for returning a file to download. You click on download, right? Downloading will be starting in your browser, you can see. The method involved is file result for that. When you click on download button, the button as an action which is related to download that particular file wherever it is available on the database, then the downloading will start. That is the action method, and the action result is downloading your file. Simple, clear it is. HTTP status code result for returning a specific HTTP status code. Status code, you already know. You do some mistakes, it will give 404 error generally in the URL, or if you are executing something, 204 error, 203 error, any kind of HTTP status error can be provided. How it will detect that this particular result is associated with this HTTP status code? It is also been put up in the method HTTP status code result. It is already there in the library. If something misses in the URL, please give 404 error. If something else happens, give it 204 or 203, so on and so forth. You have different kinds of status code. It is a different element you have to again read across in order to understand what is the particular computer is trying to tell us. Everything is coded and stored in the library, right? Hope we have understood the controller actions and action results. Let's focus on returning data. Controllers can pass the data to view using viewBag, viewData, and viewModel, which we've already know. The action can also return the data directly to the client, for example, in case of API endpoint returning JSON. So, this example is tad bit of confusion for non-programmers or the beginners, but I'd like to explain this in a better example. The action can also return data directly to the client. What does this sentence mean? How you can relate this? Say you go to an ATM. You give all your details. You withdraw from your account. The result is directly given to the user. What is the result? Drawing your money. Money which you take in your hand is the result or the return for your action. Okay. The action which you have done is inserting your debit or credit card, the card related to the ATM, giving the credentials, that is PIN of this particular ATM, and so forth amount you want. You type it, you enter, you wait for your money. Your action is done, your return is your money, which is directly given to the client. Bank will not go and give to somebody else. You are the owner of the account. It is giving you directly. So, this is the returning data, returning the output. This is how you link. This is a simple day-to-day example which I try to give in order to gauge the information or the meaning of this. Next, attributes. Use attributes to define HTTP methods, the action response to get and post. Yes, what happens? You have to post your particular URL, you have to get the information, retrieve it. Get and post is to and fro. That can help in order to have HTTP methods aligned towards the actions. Attributes can also control caching, authorization, action filters, etc. Caching is very important in order to clear your temporary memory. You're not loading your complete processor with lots of tasks. You have to clear the task once it is done. Generally, the task manager will take care, but cache memory clear is always important in the systems. Authorization. What do you do? In order to authorize your particular website, you have to have certain login and password. Certain people can only do that who is accessible, authorized in order to do it. This authorization and accessing all this information provided by the attributes. There is an action and action results again. What are the best practices we can follow in order to have a good controller actions and action results? Actions should be concise and focused on a single task. You cannot deposit the money in the ATM at the same time you cannot withdraw the money from the ATM. You have different actions for that. You cannot do it simultaneously. It is a single focused task it has performed. Leverage model binding to simplify data capture. You have to have the proper model binding in a user name text box. You cannot put that particular username text box information in the password database field. It is a wrong model binding. Use action filters for cross-cutting concerns like logging, error handling, and performance tracking. You have already predefined elements available. You can use that quickly, cross-cutting the complete coding for that, and you can use the action filters for it. Logging in means, for example, if you want to give your name as a user ID which is already there as your name in the database but not as a username. Username is different and name is different, right? So, this particular filtering can happen. The concerns can be cut with the help of the actions and results. The proper actioning and mapping, having a filter across is very much good practice in order to work with actions, right? We have understood certain elements related to controller actions and action results in this session. After understanding the basics of ASP.NET MVC, the routing, views, and actions and action results, now let's focus on the next topic, Data access with Entity Framework. We have to understand what is Entity Framework. It is an ORM that enables .NET developers to work with relational data using domain-specific objects. What is this domain-specific? You cannot keep the URL names which is irrelevant to the website. Say you have website which is towards xyz.com. You cannot keep it as mnop.com. It's having a lot of difference, right? It is always directed with the help of the objects, domain specific. Say you're working across which is domain related like wildlife or nature, you have to keep the particular URL with respect to the relation to this particular concept or the theme, right? You have a gym, you have to keep that particular name of the URL matching towards the gym or something connecting to that particular website you are creating, right? So it cannot be irrelevant. We can use domain specific objects in order to detect or in order to work with particular framework. Entity is a real world existing element. You can only derive the information with the help of that particular object which is present, right? So what are the key components? DB context, the primary class responsible for interacting with the database using models. So this is the class which we generally use, that is DB context. Next you have DB set, represents collections of a given entity within the context corresponding to tables in the database. You have to have a set entity within the context because anything in the database is not irrelevant information. It is always considered to be an object or an entity. The reason being, for example, you are giving your name, you are existing, yes. You are an object, yes. You are an entity, yes. Your address, your home, where it is present, any of the location is present, physically there, yes. You have an entity, yes. House is an entity, it is also considered to be an object. You are not having a element which is out of the context, right? The table, fields and information, the phone number which you give is also an entity because it is all used by you. It is your identification. The phone number is associated with your address proof and your name. So this is the meaning of entity and objects. How do we work upon, right? They don't call your name differently and point at you. They will call your own name in order to address you, right? So the address, the name which you have is your identity. Likewise, the address, the particular URLs or any website is having, that is its identity. There's an entity, object, again. It's a virtual object, but still it is live, right? Your website has been visible. So we consider that to be an entity or an object. Now, what is this code first versus database first? There are two types of coders. Developers who will co-developing will understand this. Code first approach and database first approach. Code first approach, developers write .NET classes first and entity framework creates the database. Entity framework will create the database accordingly, right? Database first approach. Entity framework generates the code from a existing database. Again, ASP.NET is having this feature of code first approach and data first approach. Entity framework is responsible if either of this is not present. It is holding responsibility and creating the code. Where the code is not present, with the help of database it is trying to create. Where the database is not present, with the help of code, entity framework is trying to create. This is code first and database first approach. Now, migrations. Explanation of migrations. A way to update the database schema over time in a consistent and controlled manner, right? So, this is about the migrations. Commands, add migration, update database, etc. What happens here? Generally, the migration will happen when you have huge data. You want to transfer the complete data from one place to another place. The complete database schema is transferred. It is not copy paste it somewhere else and try to download and upload again. No, this will not happen. The complete database schema or the complete database or the table or the complete whole element where your complete information is there, it will be transferred, migrated. What is the migration? Adding, updating, copying, etc. Right? So this is about the migrations. Now let's understand querying data. Link queries. Using language integrated query to retrieve the manipulated information or data. You want to retrieve or you want to manipulate, update anything, you can do it with the help of link queries. Asynchronous operations, async operations. It will always emphasize the importance of asynchronous database access in order to enhance the application performance. Asynchronous operations can be anything random. It will try to gain the access to the database with the help of this. CRUD operations, very much in move that will be starting the database with the help of CRUD operations. The study of SQL will happen with the help of CRUD operations, that is creating, reading, updating, deleting. Now here EF will come into picture. With using EF methods, we try to do the CRUD operations. Generally to study the database we use these operations, but yes, here in ASP.NET MVC we are trying to use EF methods in order to do this CRUD operations. We can create, we can read, we can update, delete the same way of data, but with the help of EF methods. That's the only difference. Now, save changes and save changes asynchronous method to persist changes to the database. If you want to do certain changes, you can save changes with the help of these methods in EF. Here, I am trying to explain you entity framework methods can be used in order to work in the database, data access, right? These are the methods which has been involved there. Now, we have understood data access with entity framework methods, right? So, we have having various methods, we have to explore that in the demonstration. After understanding the basics of ASP.NET MVC, views, how to create the project of ASP.NET MVC in Visual Studio, many other aspects related to the action, results, etc. Now, let's move on to the next topic, forms and data validations. What are forms? Form, you can find it in a paper as well, also online too, right? Gives the same information. Generally, people take your information on the paper in respective fields, name, address, contact number, etc. Take that information and load it into a computer or do any further process manually. Here, forms in virtual world, we also have labels, text boxes, associated information, button in order to submit your complete information in the form format. You have it in the web development field as well. Forms are used to collect user input or the information for authentication, data entry, configurations and more. As simple as that. What are the components involved? I told you, text boxes, radio buttons, check boxes, drop down list, etc. Design. Importance of intuitive design and clear and user friendly interfaces is very important when you do it virtually. You cannot put red colors, any bright colors and look the particular form is completely destroyed. And people don't want to see that particular visualization on their output screen. That is not the aesthetic, right? We have to keep design very simple, neat and clean so that it is accessible, understandable, it is self-taught without any intervention for a user to understand the same. This is the design aspect of a form. Now, let's talk about client-side validations. After understanding form, what is this all about data validation? We have to have the information in a right format. I will give my date of birth like date, month and year, and you will give your date of birth as year, month and day. It's a whole different aspect. When it stores in database, what happens? Throws up an error. It is not having a proper format. If you want to gain back something, if you want to retrieve the data which is already fed, it is not possible because you are not following the format. As simple as that. In order to do that, we have to keep certain validations. Form validation at the user level, at the client side validation is very important. We will reduce most 80% to 90% of the errors which can occur in future with the client side validation itself. The data given is perfect in the format you require. Done. Your data is stored in a good format, retrieved anytime you want, in any kind of format you want. Simple. What is client-side validation? Putting certain rules, setting certain formats in order to take the information from the user in a right manner so that it is useful for any churning of data, any working with data in future. We are not having confusions. It is a set rules. We are validating whatever you have given is adhering our rules. The validation is happening at the client side itself. You could see in the form you have phone number. It is not taking numbers less than 10 digits because it is validated. You cannot give by mistake as well. Somebody misses one number. It stores the information. What happens? If any emergency, you want the number to contact that person, the number is not valid. Nowadays, you have OTP authentication also. If you have given a proper number, they'll check that as well at the client side. That is also a client side validation. They will send immediate OTP for that number which you have registered. Okay, this is in access. The person has given the right OTP. Okay, authenticated. Right? So, validation that occurs at the browser level before the data is sent to the server is client-side validation. After you do that validations of verification, they say, phone number verification, email verification, right? It is the right information. That is the confirmation they get from that. Now, let's talk about server-side validation. Validation that takes place on the server side and the data after the data has been submitted is server-side validation. As simple as that. Is it matching the rules which we have set after saving that on the server? It is validating. Importance, why we should do that? Essential for security and integrity. As client-side validation can be bypassed because you have layers of information that will go on in different applications. You have a layer related for network. Remember OSI model or TCP IP model. Every layer is responsible for one kind of operation. Anything can be hacked at that particular client level. But hacking server is the security. If you have opted for a good security, it's very difficult. So, it is very important to have both validations, server side and the client side. Why client side I focus more? The information which you have given will be always corrected. Make sure that you are giving a proper information 90% of the time. Server side, you don't have any access. After you press your submit or login button, you don't know what happens in the background. Everything is abstracted, hidden from the outside world, right? So, server-side validation is also very important for that. Data annotations in ASP.NET MVC. Overview. Let's understand what is the data annotations. Use of attributes applied to model properties to enforce validation rules. Okay, I need this information required. The star mark which you see on the forms online nowadays. It is not allowing you to go to the next page until unless you give that particular information. The star mark, right? That is required. String length. For example, I told you, phone number deals with the string length. Required is a mandatory field you have to fill. String length is the phone number. For example, you cannot miss the 10 digits. You have to put all the 10 digits. Range. Range can be related towards your age. I think very few people will live above 100 years. The range is 0 to 100 you can give, right? 1 to 100. 0 will come with the particular babies which are less than months old, right? Then, regular expressions. Regular expressions is a very much important concept which you have to understand more. Every element in your regular expression indicates few of the information. Every bracket, every number, every alphabet you use, every question mark, any symbols you use, you have regular expressions adhering certain rules and certain regulations. Regular expression is a different concept altogether. You have to study in order to know more about it, right? So, this is the example for annotations of data. You are trying to validate, you are trying to enforce certain rules on data before taking that into your database and storing it across for future use. Now, let's understand custom validation. In order to give a validation attributes for a complex scenarios, implementing that particular validatable object for model level validation, we use custom validation. Everything the system cannot do. It can give you the logic, can help you, but it cannot create on its own. You have to give certain root map in order to work across, right? Model binding and validations. Model binding, what is this? It is a process of mapping user input to model properties. Simple. Model state, it contains the state of the model and validation summary. What happens here? For example, true or false. This is a status. Either it is true or it is false. It contains certain state of that particular model. Displaying validation messages. Helpers, HTML.validation summary, HTML.validation message for. These are the methods which we use. These are the helpers which we use. Styling. Use CSS. Generally, we use that for styling error messages and provide visual feedback. Right? You try to do something. For example, you are trying to upload some content to your Google Drive. There is no internet. What it will do? It will throw up an error. How? On the display. By using status code or telling internet is not being connected. This is helping the user to understand the validated messages. You are filling a form. You have given a wrong information, that is adding numerics in your name field. Nobody is named as ABCD123, right? Either they use the complete letters. So, validation made for that name text box is not using any kind of numerics or symbols, only alphabets. When you do that, when you give the wrong information accidentally, you press certain number or symbol, it will say it is not allowed, please retype your name or something. How it will suggest? With the help of the validation messages. Displaying a right validation message is very important in your website. Providing a proper messages in order to have the interaction with the user at the client level is very important. For that, we are using validation messages on the display. Now, let's understand the best practices. Always validate on the server regardless of the client validation. If you miss the client validation also, you have to ensure that server-side validation is done, right? Provide clear error messages that guide users to correct mistakes. If they are trying to type something wrong, try to prompt the messages so that they will correct then and there itself. Your to and fro time will be saved. Keep validation logic consistent across client and server sides. Say you're okay to take the date of birth form in the format. Say you're okay to take the date of birth in the format, that is day, month and year at the client side. And at the server side, you want your particular date of birth to be in the format year, month and day. Reverse. It's not acceptable. If you're validating in the client side in the manner day, month and year, it should be followed in the server side also, because both should be in the sync. These are the best practices. Hope we have the information regarding forms and data validation now. Now, we will understand how do we authenticate and authorize in ASP.NET MVC. First, let's understand authentication. The process of verifying who a user is authentication. What are the mechanisms involved? Passwords, tokens, multiple factor authentication, biometrics, etc. Because it is having individuality. Passwords cannot be shared. Authentications, OTP will be sent to your personal phone. Biometrics, fingerprints or iris cannot be changed. It is individual identity. So, who is the user authenticating that person to the relevant project or the relevant platform is authentication. Implementation in ASP.NET using identity for user login and management. Very simple. In ASP.NET, if you want to do this, it is all about login and user ID. Understanding authorization. The process of verifying what an authenticated user is allowed to do. That is authorization. You are a right person, but certain authority is not with you. You cannot delete, you cannot move or change the location. You can only add, create or update. Some people will not have edit access. Some people will have only the create access. Some cannot delete the content. Some cannot move the content. This is setting the process or authority for certain identity that's been created, authenticated. That is the major difference between authentication and authorization, right? Mechanisms, role-based access control, RBAC, claims-based access control, permissions, etc. We see these mechanisms in our day-to-day lives. For example, Google Drive. You share something on a Google Sheet. You have not given access to the person whom you have shared the sheet. It will say request for access. Remember, that is authorization. Authentication is you're logging into your Google account, Gmail, that is authentication. As simple as that. Implementation in ASP. How do we do it? Decorating controllers and actions with authorized attribute and role checks. This can happen. ASP.NET Identity System. What is this? What is the role of this? Combines both authentication and authorization of ASP.NET applications. You want some medium in order to combine these, right? So you have identity system. Features. Out-of-the-box support for account management, password recovery, third-party logins, etc. So these are the features you have for identity systems. OAuth and OpenID Connect. OAuth, what is this? An authorization framework. It is a framework that allows applications to secure designated access to your user accounts. If I give you edit access and somebody comes and changes that edit access to admin access, it is not acceptable at all. In order to do this bifurcation and restricting people not to change each other's access, it is not at all acceptable when everyone has access to everything. No, there is certain hierarchy where certain authenticity should be there and certain authorization should be given for those people. I am talking about a team of 10 or 20, multiple people involved in a team or in project. OpenID Connect, a simple identity layer on top of OAuth 2.0 for authentication. So it's an identity layer just like any other layer in your network system. Security-based practices. What all you can do in order to have a good security practice? Use HTTPS to protect the data in transit, not HTTP. HTTPS. It will always give authenticity that your particular website has been secured. Store password securely using hashing and salting. This is for all very much authenticated systems. I'm not talking about day-to-day password. Generally, they say don't write your password anywhere. Don't keep it accessible to anybody except yourself. That we can manage. I'm talking about hashing and salting. It is a different algorithm. Yet again, encryption and decryption. It involves a lot of computer coded informations. Implement account lockout policies to protect against brute force attacks. It's a type of attacks, brute force. Generally, if you are a working employee or a random Gmail account holder, suddenly the password will be recreated. It will ask you to create the password. It will make your current password obsolete and not allow you to use the same password again or any 3 attempts before. Remember, this is our day-to-day security thing we face. That is, we are trying to change, forcing people to change their password. Generally, we have to change our passwords accordingly every 15 days minimum. But people don't do it. They keep the same password for years. So what they have done now is auto authentication, like auto popping up of, you try to log in, the message will be displayed, create password again. That means it is not allowing you to use the same password nor the password which you have used 3 times before. So this is one kind of protection that is being followed generally. Keep authentication and authorization logic separate from business logic. Please do not mix. Don't let people know whom you have authorized what. It is a complete security breach if this has been hacked. Now, let's understand cookies and sessions. Generally, we have this. Use of cookies to maintain session state between the client and server. What is this cookies? For example, you try to Google some product, say shirt, shoes, other stuff. You open some social media website. You will get ads related to the shirts and shoes which you have tried to search. This is all about the cookies. It is trying to read what you are trying to search, what is your mentality. If you are trying to plan outing or trips, what happens? It will try giving you all the ads regarding the travel agencies after you finish your search wherever you go on Google. This is all from the cookies. Coming to session. This usually strictly happens with net banking. You log in your system for your bank with the user ID and password. After 2-3 minutes, it will say session has been expired. Re-log in again, or it will pop up a message. Session is about to be expired. You want to continue or you want to log out. So these are the sessions which is very much important, crucial, involves financial elements in that. So we have to be careful. So this is a simple example of session. There is a set timing for that particular page to be open. If there is no actions on the particular page, it will try to give you the message stating there is a session expire about to happen. Do you want to continue or do you want to log out? If you press continue, again it will reset the clock of the session again for next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so on and so forth, as per the coding that has been done. Security considerations when storing sensitive data in cookies or sessions. Never save your passwords on your browsers, any of the websites. No matter your Gmail or your official, specifically when you're working for a company, you have to keep as discreet as possible to maintain a proper security, because they can log into your browser, fetch all the cookies and sessions and take your passwords. Also, if you have saved your passwords in your Google Chrome, generally it will say save password for future use. Don't do that, because somebody access your company laptop or something. It's a huge security breach. So this is about the authentication and authorization. Now let's understand error handling and logging. Importance of error handling. What is the requirement of handling error? What is the importance? The first aspect, application can deal with unexpected situations gracefully without any human intervention as much as possible. It improves user experience by providing informative feedback. So what you have done is wrong. I want a format of data. So this is the format. Please provide it. Something like that. Any kind of message instead of cryptic messages or crashing or stopping all of a sudden. So it is not fair enough on our part to give such product for the end user. It's a negative feedback from them. Best practices for error handling. Implement global error handling in web applications with a mechanism like global.asaxs applications error. So if something happens to the whole application, you have to give certain information which is very much useful in order to understand something is wrong. Any of the page in your website, not only one single page, any of the page, something crashes, it has to give a proper information. It is global. You cannot say, please enter right password message in every other page. It is not global. It is restricted to the login page. But global situations will be present. There you can use this particular error handling. It's a best practice. Use try catch block strategically to capture and handle exceptions at the method level, where specific recovery or fallback actions can be taken. So try catch is the best option in programming and in any kind of applications which we create. Create custom exceptions and the classes that clearly represent specific error conditions, because everything is not understood by the machine. Your scenarios, your requirements, your way of coding requires certain custom exception handlings as well. So, we have to implement that as a best practice. User-friendly error messages. We should not keep the error messages very much ambiguous. So, design error messages to be clear and helpful for user without exposing sensitive application details. And you should not give out all your password and informations and then give the error messages. This is not a right thing to happen. Localize error messages. If the application serves users in the multiple languages, you have to use the localization messages. That means nativity language should be provided with a standard language. Say you are from Tamil Nadu and you have English also in Tamil, because everyone doesn't understand English. They might be literate in their own mother tongue or the regional language, right? You are somewhere from China, you have to give Chinese, also English, because not everyone will understand Chinese. So, this is the localization of error messages, but everyone have to understand the information what you are trying to tell them, right? So, this is the user-friendly error messages. Error logging. So, might be people have heard about error handling, exception handling and other stuff, but error login is a rare thing. So, log errors with enough details to diagnose issues, including timestamps, exception types, messages, tag, traces and contextual informations. You would have observed, Windows will always pop up certain diagnosis details. It will ask your permission. Can I send the diagnosis of your system to the particular company to analyze what's happening? What that particular diagnosed report will have all this information. Okay, you abruptly shut down your system on this date, on this time. You did not follow a proper shutting Windows process, right? You landed up in task managing issue and the CPU was heated up a lot. Some physical damage has happened for your speaker where it is not functioning. So, all these reports, error reports will be sent so that certain drive change or restart of the system will fix the issue sometimes. Sometimes some manual intervention is being necessary. So, how do they gauge how is your system working? When you are connected to internet, when your report is sent, the company can analyze what is the status of your system. As simple as that. Use logging frameworks like nlog, log4net or serilog to manage error logging. This is a framework which you have exclusive in order to do error logging. Security considerations. Avoid logging sensitive information such as passwords or personal user data. Protect log files and ensure they are not accessible through the web. So, even your log information will also have certain sensitivity data. You cannot do that public display of the particular error logged in report. Performance monitoring. So, utilize tools and services applications which will perform proper monitoring on your system to track errors and also have the real-time issues. If you have, it will address. Set up alerts for critical issues that require immediate attention. So, we will set up the alerts for the critical issues and immediate attention will be taken for that. So, this is about the error logging. Analyzing logs. Once you give the error logging report, how do you analyze? It is with the help of the tools, sort, search and visualize log, the complete data for better insights. Why is this necessary? I am talking about not the individual systems. I am talking about IT admin in a company where he has access to all the employees' laptops. He can know where the laptop is, which location. The complete authority is with the IT people in the company, right? So, this is a simple example why we need the logs report. Logging best practices. Log at the appropriate level. Info for general messages, debug for more verbose information, warning for potential issues, error for exceptions and critical for system failures. So, you have different kinds of appropriate level of log. You can use that. Structure logs to be easily parsable, which aids in automated analysis and troubleshooting. If you want to do automatic troubleshooting, for example, your network has some issues and you want to troubleshoot your network. Generally, we troubleshoot the networks. right? We go right click and start troubleshooting, it will auto detect the issues and it will try to connect until unless it's not a physical damage for the network, right? So this is the best practice which you can follow for logging the errors. For now, we have understood error handling and error logging. After understanding error handling, error logging, now let's move on to the next concept, deployment and publishing. So the creation and development of the project is equally important, so as the deployment and publishing. Maintaining your particular application at the client end is very much important. Overview of deployment. The process of moving an application from final stage of development to the live production environment, we call it as deployment. As simple as that. Considerations, we have to consider server setup, database migrations, configuration settings, security protocols, etc. This is very simple. We understood what is deployment. What are the deployment environments? Staging, an environment that mirrors production for final testing. It's called staging. Production, the live environment is accessible by end users. The website is live. You can access, you can explore, you can buy the products on the website. They say it, right? That is production. Deployment models. Traditional, manual deployment to servers or hosting platforms. That is the traditional method. Take all the projects which you have created, put it on the server, give it a URL accessible to everyone. Simple. Automated, using continuous integrations, continuous deployment, CI/CD. They say no, DevOps, CI/CD DevOps, right? So pipelines are automated that builds the deployments, and we will automate whatever the production is live, right? So this is the deployment models. Publishing in ASP.NET. Let's come back here and understand how the publishing will work. Web Deploy, a tool for packaging and deploying ASP.NET and ASP.NET Core applications. We have it as a web deploy. Publishing profiles, we have pre-configured settings for deploying to different environments. IIS, we have already seen how it is Azure of Microsoft, that has also been used in order to publish. Best practices. Use version control tags for each release to keep track of what you have deployed. Version 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, so on and so forth. Perform deployments during low traffic periods to minimize impact on users. There is traffic of the vehicles. Equally, there are traffic in the network as well, right? So, we have to ensure that we are having the low traffic period time in order to minimize the errors at the user end. Ensure data backups and application snapshots are taken before deployment for quick rollback if needed. You don't remember what you have deployed where. You have to have the snapshots. I'm talking in the large perception, not a single system, right? A company or organization which is trying to create some product and deploy it live. Post deployment, what you have to do? Monitoring, very much necessary. Testing. At the client side, how it is working. At your end, it is working fine and good. But at the client side, after deployment, how it is working, you have to check that also. Testing is necessary. Set up application performance monitoring, APM tools in order to watch what is the issue for certain amount of time, not every day until the client uses your application. It is having certain service agreements. Until then, you have to monitor. Testing, conduct smoke tests to ensure the particular application is running as expected in the new environment. Smoke test is nothing but a random test that you are trying to provide your client with basic functionalities. You have to check those at least. Not telling complete routine of your application from A to Z. I'm telling a major components. You have to do the smoke tests, right? It is just randomly checking. Okay, how it is going on the top level? Okay, it is fine. Not going in depth. You know, you already made your testing and everything. Then only you have deployed. But this is a client and final checks, right? That's how you have to do testing post deployment. Rollback strategies. Have a clear and tested rollback plan in case you have new version encounters unforeseen issues. Version 0.1 is working good. Version 0.2 is not working good. You have to understand what changes you have made. Rollback strategies. okay, these are the changes it has made. That's why it is not supporting the component, hardware component, right? In order to make a hardware component work, you need a software, right? So you have to have that versions, and you have to also have a quick rollback strategy. You need not start checking the whole project. You have to check what are the new additions you have made. Check only the additions, whether the additions is causing some issues for the current code which you have done or how it is going. You have to have the rollback strategies. Documentation. Every project you create, every application you create, you have to have the documentation properly. Keep detailed records of deployment processes, version histories, and configurations for future reference and compliance. Because something happens at the client's end, they'll complain that it is not feasible enough for them. It's not scaling up. It's not doing this. It's not doing that. So these complaints will come up across. So how it has been worked, you're not in the company. Somebody else is using that particular application and they're coming back with the issue. You're not there. You're out of the company. Somebody else is working. That person should not break their head in order to understand what happened. For that, documentation is very necessary. They go back to the document, they check, okay, these are the versions, these are the changes, this has happened, this is the error. That is why we have to rectify. How quick it is. If you use the documentation, it's very quick. It's a very good programming practice in order to keep your complete programming documented. Not telling you have to put copy paste your codes. The process you have followed should be readable, understandable to the next new person who is into the project. Security checks. Run security audits post deployment to ensure that no vulnerabilities have been introduced during the process. There is no issues. There is no problem with the client end. The security protocols are managed and security check have to happen from your end until the service period is valid. That is service period for softwares. You want to renew the service period, they'll give you the service until unless you don't renew. After certain amount of time, it will get obsolete. So it is a good practice in order to renew your security checks also. The certificates which they use, SSL certificates and other elements, right? This is about deployment and publishing ASP.NET applications, irrespective of ASP.NET, any other programming applications which you have created using ASP, right? This is about deploying and publishing. After learning deployment and publishing, now here we are to understand how do we create a web application in ASP.NET MVC. For that, we have to switch to our IDE, that is Visual Studio, and understand step by step how does the login page we create works in ASP.NET MVC. Now, here we are in the Visual Studio 2022 welcome page. What we have to do, we have to start a new project. Hence, we click on create a new project. You click on this, you go to search button and you type the template or the project type you need. What are we working on? MVC. So, I type MVC in the search bar. What happens? It will try to filter out of so many applications your relevant application. That is ASP.NET Core Web App Model View Controller. You have to select this. Once you select this, it will ask you the name. So, what do? You give a name as login page. Since we are working with the login page, right? It says this directory is not empty. Okay, that means there is certain project which is already created in the name of login page. So, I give a unique name here. I make it login page 1. Okay, you can name it as per the necessity and you click on next. Once you click on next, you have to select which version of framework you are working on. Anything is okay. .NET 6, .NET 7, so its latest .NET 7 we will select and I click on create. Once you do this, the project will be created. This is how it looks once the project has been created, right? You have to look at this. You have controllers, models and views as a separate folder. You have to start working with view, model and controllers. Specifically, we have to add certain files and we have to make it work. First, we go with views, then we go with controllers, then we go with models, right? So, we have to add certain number of pages here. I'll let you know how it is to be added. Anything you want to add, for example, view, you have to click on the view, the right click, and then you have to press add. It will give you options. You can select view. Which view you have to select? Razor view empty. This is what you have to select. Once you do that, it will add one page here, right? So it will try to ask the name for the particular razor view you are trying to put it across. You can give a name related to your project. I press login here and you add it, right? So view is being created. Likewise, if you want to create any controller, go to the controller folder, right click again, add. Once you do that, it will show controller on the top, right? You select MVC controller empty. Then you click on OK, right? You can give any name regards to your project. I'll give it as login user, right? Once you do that, you click on add. Okay. Then you have another thing to take into consideration, models. You have to click on model, that is right click, go to add. Here you don't have the name as model, you have to select a class to be a model. Okay. You select class, the normal class, no problem, and you can just give a name login user.cs. Why I am showing you how you have to add every other element is because now I'll show you the project which is already done by me in order to understand better, in order to save the time as well, because it takes lots of time to code each and every line. I'll give you a precise information how it has to be worked on. So I am just showing you how we add new pages and how we name them, right? This is one aspect. If you want to add any class to the whole project, you can just click on the login page project and you can go for add. Then you can select the class you want to add, right? For example, I am just giving as startup.cs, right? So once you do that, where this particular thing will go, it will go at the last. You could see startup.cs, right? These are the files we actually use in the project. That is why I am showing you how you add all these elements, right? So this is pretty much about how do you add a view, a model, controller and a class for complete project, startup class, where your particular project will be starting, right? So these are the aspects you have to consider, right? Upon that, you have to also understand while you are running, your project should be set to IIS Express. We are running it with the help of the internal server, right? These are the aspects and initial requirements you have to understand. Now, let's switch to the project and understand what are the different kinds of elements we add to it. Now, here we are in the login page project. So, what happens here? As I told you, the prerequisites, how do we create certain files in certain folders? I'll explain each and every folder, which file is been created, where it has been added. Okay, let's explore one by one. For now, we will start with models. If you expand models, I have added one single file called user model, right? This was already present, error view model. Now I have added user model. If you click on user model, what is the coding I have done here? The coding done here is I have added an ID for the user and I have put a username. It is just like a variable declaration using get and set methods. Then I have a password option. So in model, what we are giving a particular skeleton of your code. What are the elements we will be adding to it, right? So variables declaration, usually when we do in our programming, we do it in the start. So that what are the different variables we are using. Likewise, in ASP.NET MVC, we are trying to add this particular variables only, ID, username and password. We are trying to declare it as public because it has to be accessed throughout the project, complete project. That is why. What is the first step you have to do? You have to go to models. You have to right click on the models and you have to add one single file which ends in .cs, in the sense it is a class, as I have told you in the prerequisites. Then you will name it as user model and this is the code for that particular element. Step 1 is done. Now let's check on the step 2. After model, we will go to controllers. You expand controller, you have one single controller which is added by me here, that is login controller. If you click on login controller, what all you can see? You can see the database kind of elements. That means I am already feeding certain amount of information. Be it ID, I have given a value. For username, I have given one value. For password, I have given one value, right? Random values. Apart from these elements, if you give anything, the login form will never take the login. It will show login is unsuccessful, right? First thing I'm repeating, we did model. That means just like a variable declaration. For those variables, we added values in the controller by creating a page or the file called logincontroller.cs. Okay. Then we added HTTP post. Why do we need this? Once we host in a local website, it will go towards the Google Chrome or any other search engines, right? When it opens, it has to work with the help of the URL itself. For that, we have created HTTP post method. Then, what all did we do? We have just encountered one small function. We have written a function here. What is the function all about? Here, we are trying to put the value which is user is giving in the field called username and in the field called password respectively. After that, the element or the value which they have given, we are trying to pass that in this particular condition statement. What is happening? If this particular username and the password given by the user on the front end in the view, that is the front end, it is matching with the controller which is already present in this particular place, it is going through a login success condition. Else, in the view, it will display login is successful. Else what happens? It will show login is failed, right? So again, if you want to add any input here, you can add it. I have just put it as login. So here also you can mention as login failed itself. Okay. Then you save. If you do any changes, you save it immediately. This is about the controller. What did we do? We added certain database kind of prerequisites elements, the values to the variables which we had declared, and we wrote a function. What is the function? We are surpassing the username and the password to this, and we are putting into a condition statement stating if it is matching, it's login successful, else it is login failed. As simple as that. We completed model, we completed controller. Now, next we have to explore views. Once you go to view, you have a subfolder that is login. Inside login, if you go, you have two different files here. That is important. Login.cshtml, login success.cshtml. That means it will be having HTML file for the view purpose, like what it will show in the front end, that is username text box, password text box, submit button, login button. So we will create this HTML file accordingly. It's a basic HTML, and we write this particular model, that is we are linking the login user model to this particular view. We are connecting the backend to the front end in the start. Other aspects are normal HTML itself, the form, and we are trying to give this particular verification method, post method. Why post? You remember I wrote it as HTTP post in the controller. The reason being, whatever the input is given by the user, it has to be pushed to the backend and it has to be verified and we have to get back. That is why we use get and set method, right? Hopefully it is clear for you, right? Next, one more element you have it here, that is login success.cshtml. What's happening here? Once the login is successful, we have to display certain message, right? For that, I have written the simple title stating login success. Once the verification is done, the already present input is matching with the user input given, then it will show login success page. As simple as that. I'll quickly recap. We first worked on models, then we go to controller, then we go to view, right? In model, we have one file to be created. In controller, we have to create one file called login controller, and in view, we have to create one single folder. Inside that, we have login.cshtml and login success.cshtml. What does login will do? Login will always give us the complete skeleton or the HTML file where it is taking the input, how it is posting, that is put up here. Once the matching is done, when the login is success, we will put as login is success and we'll display a page there. Okay, this is as simple as that. The working is very simple. After learning all these aspects, we have to create a startup.cs. What is the startup.cs? As I told you, how to create this file? We have to go to the exact project. You have to create add and you have to create new file. Then select class. It will create this particular class. As simple as that. Okay. So, here we have a startup configuration to be made. That means this particular startup page is the home page. When you run, how much ever home pages you have in your project, only this will set to be a proper startup page. See, here what we are doing, we are trying to add this pattern that we have a login, action is login. We have to create this particular login action so that this login page will get loaded across, right? So, this is how it will look like. This is a complete lines of codes where we are configuring this particular IIS server to start this page as a first page. As simple as that. Okay. If any exception is put up, we are also trying to handle the exception here, right? So, this is about the prerequisites and this is how the code will perform. We are working on a simple login page where the user is giving user ID and password. Now, quickly we will run this code and understand how the output will look like. Ensure the input which you give should always be present in the already defined model here, right? So, in login controller, you will have certain username and password. You have to use only this. If you give anything apart from this, it will throw up an error showing login is unsuccessful. Okay. Now, let's quickly run the code. How do we execute? We have to select the particular server, that is IIS Express. Once you select that, specifically you have to be on login controller.cs, that is inside the controllers, that is the page. Once you click on that, it will start running. It will show up two buttons, pause and stop. That means it is running. It will load your local search engine. Here it is Google Chrome. It is taking the path 44330. It will load your complete form. How it will look? Let's wait and watch. Here it is. We have our login page. And yet again, it is a model web application page. Any changes you can make accordingly as per the requirement. You need not follow the same thing. It is just a demo. So, what do we do here? We try to give the username. We have to go to this text box. It will show fill the field. Again, if you go to password, it will show please fill in this field. These are the validations. Generally, we do it in the HTML pages. That is in the view, right? cs.html file. So, these elements will be present. Now, you start giving your email ID or username. For now, we have just created the user name. So, I am just giving the name here and I am trying to give the password which was created, right? I'll click on submit. Once you click on submit, what it will show? It will show login success. Which page is this? If you could correlate, it is the second page which we created as CS.html, right? Login success page that has been displayed here stating login success. Now, we will try to go back. We are here in the same page and now I will try to give a wrong password and click on submit. Login failed, right? If you give any name and give the right password, if you click on submit, it says login failed, right? So, these validations are done at the backend in the view only. The controller is trying to check the information given in the view screen, that is from the user, is correct or not by default verification of the values which has been put up in the controller, right? We have already got to know how the backend has been created. Now, we are just seeing the front end by executing. So, this is all about how a ASP.NET MVC project will look like. This is a sample single web page showing login. You can create this, make a website also, right? Hopefully, the concepts which we learned is pretty clear and we also know the theoretical aspect and the demonstration of this web application page, that is login. Now, here we are at the last section of this session, that is summary. Let's quickly recap what all did we learn in this complete session. First, we started exploring fundamentals of ASP.NET MVC, a framework which is used in order to build web applications, and you have established design patterns inside the framework. We also learned how to configure Visual Studio Integrated Development Environment for ASP.NET MVC, and we understood MVC Lifecycle, a core concept for managing the flow of ASP.NET MVC application. Dwelled into the routing mechanism, the maps URLs to specific controllers and actions also in ASP.NET MVC. We also learned what is the importance of authentication and what is the difference between authentication and authorization in ASP.NET MVC. We gained insights into effective error handling and error logging practices for identifying and resolving issues in ASP.NET MVC. We also understood the process and best practices for deploying and publishing ASP.NET MVC applications to the production. So, we learned all the theoretical aspects. After learning all the theoretical aspects, we tried demonstrating with an implementation of a login form using ASP.NET MVC, right? I hope this particular session was very informative, and people who wanted to learn ASP.NET, how to create a website or how to create a web page, everything delivered the complete information for them. Hope you continue learning ASP.NET and happy learning. Thank you. Wrapping this session up, here are the key takeaways. We set the stage with an overview of ASP.NET Core and what to expect, exploring the core framework, project files, and main method. We dwelled into in-process and out-of-process hosting with a focus on the Kestrel Web Server, and took a detailed look at configuration files such as LaunchSettings.json and AppSettings.json. Understanding the startup process and middleware configuration was essential, as was setting up the home page, processing pipeline, and static file handling. Finally, we utilized command line tools and templates to streamline development. Now let's move to ASP.NET MVC. Here are the key takeaways. We covered the basics of setting up an MVC project and dwelled into understanding the request processing lifecycle. We explored how routing works in ASP.NET MVC and discussed creating and managing views, controller actions, and action results. Using Entity Framework for data access, handling forms, and data validation, and implementing security features were key components of our learning. We also reviewed best practices for error management and logging, and went through the steps to deploy and publish your MVC web application. The course concluded with a practical application through a demo and a final summary. And there you have it. From setting up your first project to deploying a full-fledged web application, we have covered it all. If you're ready to take your skills to the next level, keep practicing and stay curious. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more tech content. Learning never stops, and neither should your curiosity. See you in the next video. Happy coding!